This is the Art of Darkness podcast with Kevin Kautzman.
And Matt Taylor.
We're a couple of very online writers interested in the dark side of creativity.
This show is about art and the people who make it, what it costs them, and what it takes to bring something unique and impactful into the world.
On each episode, we examine the life and work of an artist you might think you know.
Don't worry, they're all safely dead.
We aren't. Find us online at artofdarkpod.com, and please support the show through Patreon or Substack.
You get tons of bonus content and now ad-free core episodes.
Thank you. Enjoy the pod. Season 6. We're back. It's a day for regime change on Art of Darkness. I'm Kevin Kautzman. I hope you're ready for a baker's dozen bangers and so many dark rooms your head is going to spin. I'm here with Matt Taylor. Matt, how are you?
I'm very good.
Yeah. Fantastic. Let's get right to it. Today, we're going to cover the life and work of a man with the most famous couch in history, probably. Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud. That's not really fair. I got a buddy named Jose. Shout out to Jose. He happens to be Venezuelan. Venezuela's in the news. I think we're going to get him on for a Patreon bonus sort of mini darkroom to talk about the situation down there, but also to talk about psychoanalysis. Which is, of course, is the creation of Freud, because my friend's father started like the first psychoanalytic practice in Cuba, so he has an inside track into psychoanalysis. In any event, that's who we're covering today. It's going to be great. Let's get it out of the way, though. Housekeeping first. Artofdarkpod.com. You know where it is. You know what's there. Join us in the Discord. Support us on Patreon, Substack. You get all the bonus stuff. I've got just a sweeping After Dark for patrons, which I'll tease in a bit. But before I do, okay, I hope everybody has listened to the episodes where Matt introduces himself. I'm going to give Matt a moment just to sort of reiterate who he is, where he's coming from, and then I'm going to ask the opening question. Matt, in Colorado, welcome to finally, Art of Darkness.
Yes, thank you. This is the first official big one. So yeah. I'm excited to be here. Yeah, it's kind of the perfect 1-2 punch for me, being married to a therapist of the Jungian school. So I'm actually kind of curious how today's going to go. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're married to a Jungian.
Yeah.
Wow. What are the odds? And of course, what episode are we doing in February?
Carl Jung.
There you go. That's the plan. So listen, folks, this year where you're going to be doing a bunch of these 1-2 punches. And so this is the start of it. And then we're also going to do Tolkien and Lewis. These things are going to pair very nicely together. And so today I may not go as deep into Jung as I otherwise would, because of course Matt is preparing that. And Matt, you come from another podcast that you're going to keep doing called
There Will Be Books.
Yeah. And it's a literary pod.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going on 5 years. A pretty good backlist of episodes and books we've done, from Dubliners to Nights in Rodanthe by Nicholas Sparks. We've staked out all the territory. We'll do Airport Lit, like we did Cardinal of the Kremlin, Tom Clancy. We've done Dance and Music of Time by Anthony Pohl. So we're kind of
Sure. Yeah. Very eclectic literary pod. So if you can't get enough of Matt here, you can go and listen to that, and I think you should. All right, let's start with the opening question then, because this is going to go long, and I'm just going to imagine you're on a couch right now, a very cozy couch. We're going to cover the couch. I've seen the couch in person. The couch is still in London at the museum, which is I think the house that he expired in, or where he was living at the time, because of course he had to flee after the Anschluss. We'll talk about all of it. But Matt, what do you know about Sigmund Shlomo Freud? His full name.
I just learned the other day that was his literal middle name.
Yeah. True.
And
he did not use it. We're going to talk all about we'll talk all about it.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh, actually, not too much. I've never read anything by him. he pops up in some of the Jungian stuff I read, but always in sort of like that light, the light of a former friend of you know, the patron of the Jungian school. I know a couple of pop culture references that there's the scene in Good Will Hunting where you get Robin Williams' character, and he says, and we'll talk about Freud and why he didn't have cocaine to kill a small horse. So I'm curious if that's how literal that is, how true that is.
10 years of cocaine use for old
10.
Siggy.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it wasn't the cocaine that killed him. It was
Oh.
the cigars,
Oh.
because
Yeah.
sometimes a cigar will
Is
kill you.
just a cigar, but just a
Wi-
cigar still has, yeah.
the murder cigars. Yeah, murder suicide cigars. Yeah, we'll get into all of it. It's going to be really fun. I'm excited. I've got so much good stuff.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Anything else? Anything else you know about old Siggy?
Let me see. There's always the fun little tidbit of have you seen a map of all the famous people who were in Vienna in 1913?
Vienna,
Right?
it's a
Like,
Viennese world. We just live in it.
like, hmm is
It's
Tr
crazy.
Trotsky, Stalin, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, Freud, I think Lenin.
Schnitzler,
Yeah.
Schnitzler,
Like,
and coffee shop culture comes from Vienna,
yeah.
coffee house culture, and then also Victor Grun, friend of the pod, the architect who invented the mall. We've covered him,
Oh,
and of course the first mall here in Minnesota,
yeah.
spelled Maul, the first mall. But really, and he was a socialist, Jewish socialist, came to America, started an architectural firm, had really big dreams for what the mall would be. The mall was going to be a community center. There were going to be childcare and a dentist, and it was going to be connected to the city by rail and intermodal transportation. And the Minnesotans saw that and said, "We like the one part of this,
The
the
shopping
the
part.
the
Yeah.
year-round indoor shopping.
Yeah.
All right, but." Fuck them kids.
Yeah.
They don't.
We're
The
not paying
kids.
for
The
yeah.
kids don't sign the checks. They're also a giant liability. Victor Grun did not read the room, but he was a very interesting episode. You can go back and listen to that. But yeah, people really sleep on the influence of that period of Vienna on our modern world. So our
Yeah.
contemporary world. So we'll get into it. Yeah, really, really great. And we're going to talk about some of those other figures. Not going to get way too political on this, although we are going to talk about the sort of the nascent anti-Semitism and then the full-blown anti-Semitism and how Freud contested with that his own Jewishness, his secularism. We'll get into all of it. This is going to be an episode where Kevin has surrendered to the fact that there's just no way to cover all of it. And I'm going to do my
Okay.
best. I will give
Okay.
you my very best. So I got to talk about the material. I have the autobiography of Sigmund Freud, and that's maybe sort of, I don't know how aptly named that is. I mean, it's a slim volume, but it's his voice, and I mean, if you really want to know about Freud, you can read his writing, his basic writings, which I have here. I think in the Modern Library edition. I have an ex libris copy here, and he did his own self analysis and kind of spilled his guts to the world. We'll get to it, but he never won the Nobel Prize, but he won the Goethe Prize for literature. So there's this, more than anyone else in his period, he straddled the worlds of arts and letters and quote unquote science. And most contemporary people will tell you it's not scientific, it's scientish. You with me?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Right.
Gore Vidal called him Freud the Viennese novelist,
hmm hmm
right?
Right. Yeah. And his style was very moored to the 19th century. He
Mhm.
bridges 19th century kind of scientific idealism to the sort of 20th century modern style. It's hard to read. He's not the most fun read. It's interesting when he gets into the cases, and we'll cover a few of them, including the Rat Man, and the famous Anna O case. I've got so much good stuff. It's gonna be fun.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah. Cool. And then the last book I have, and I've got so many links and things too. I mean, the cult of Freud is huge and ongoing. And you may not like it, but it's Freud's world. We just live in it. we've got the aptly named Freud, A Life for Our Time by Peter Gay, the sort of definitive biography of Freud. And so I will, and it's a doorstopper.
Big one.
So don't, yeah. So buckle up. Cool. All right. And then of course for patrons, we always do an After Dark. The After Dark is bonus content. This will go 45 minutes or an hour. If you want to support the pod, best way to do it is go to Patreon, patreon.com/artofdarkpod. Sign up. Sign up for a year. Somebody did that just this week. It's great. Love to see that. Every one of those is just set it, forget it. It's like, it's not even $60, and you get the whole year. And we're going to have so many dark rooms. It's going to be fun. All right. So here's what I've got for the After Dark. I'm going to talk about one of my favorite famous ideas, which is actually from friend of the pod, Arthur Schopenhauer. We'll talk about Schnitzler too. But Schopenhauer, of course, who we just covered, Freud adopted his idea of the hedgehog's dilemma as it pertains to human society. Are you familiar with the hedgehog's dilemma, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll talk a little more about that, and we'll talk about and I've talked about this before on the pod, but this is the place to do it, right? Where this is the episode where it really belongs. I guess with Schopenhauer too, but we're going to talk about that. The little statue that Freud has. We're going to cover his cocaine use in depth on the After Dark, and because it was legal then, and yeah.
Yeah, they used to put it in wine. It was in your drinks and stuff. It wasn't
Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
I mean, Freud, well, we'll get into it, but Freud was a sort of an originator of using it as like a local anesthetic. And he could have made his mark on medicine and science, even if he had never done the psychoanalytic business, if he had followed his line a little further with the cocaine, because it was, and I think maybe even still is, I don't know, probably not, used as a local anesthetic for like eye surgeries, things like that. Oh. Pretty wild. So, I mean, it's good. So the surgeon can do a few bumps and get focused, and the patient can won't feel a thing.
That's a heck of a thing to see right before you go under.
Sure.
You're a surgeon doing a bump
going then, like that. Somebody left a comment once. I never read any of the comments unless it's like directed at us in the Discord, which you can get into. Somebody was like, it was suggesting I was maybe using it during an episode. It's like, no, I just have a tremendous amount.
Just enthusiastic. Yeah.
Right. I'm not irony poisoned. Sorry, and I have a lot of coffee. All right, cool. And then a few more After Dark things that we have. It's going to be interesting. We're going to talk about his nephew, Edward Bernays. Mm-hmm. You familiar with Edward Bernays, man?
I am, yeah.
The Century of the Self. Yeah. Invented, made it acceptable for women to smoke cigarettes and such things. So we'll talk about that. And of course, Bernays was related to one of the Netflix co-founders. So very strange. I think, even if you don't know a thing about Freud, he permeates pop culture. He permeates media. He permeates literature. His ideas are taken as kind of almost like a mythopoetic underpinning of our modern world, right? It's just assumed, oh yeah, daddy issues, mommy issues, Oedipus complex, Electra complex, transference, Freudian slips. Like I made earlier, that sort of thing. We just take these things for granted. Now, when you talk to people who are sort of in the practice, they kind of go, I don't know, but it's fun to think of him as an artist and as a poetic type. We're going to do that on this episode. All right, cool. I'm also going to talk on the After Dark about two more things. He was really, really influenced by Shakespeare and Hamlet, and I have in that autobiography a footnote where he claims that he came to believe that Shakespeare was not Shakespeare. Rather, friend of the pod, Edward de Vere, was Shakespeare. So Freud became an Oxfordian. Okay. And I think that's fun. It doesn't surprise me. When you understand Freud and his psychology, which he laid bare, you go, yeah, I could see why he would ascribe to a kind of elitist, kooky conspiracy type thing. I could see that.
Yeah.
It feels like a thing Freud would do. Okay, cool. And then the final thing I'll cover on the After Dark is The attempted theft of his ashes. Somebody tried to steal his ashes, and I
No.
think he was mixed in with his wife even. Like, talk, I mean, this could be us, but you playing. Come on. It
Wow.
was like a 2,200-year-old urn or something, and they broke it. So we'll talk about that. Okay, that's
Oh,
for
wow.
patrons.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. All right. Well, I'm ready to get into it. Let's get into it proper. Are you comfortable on the couch there, Matt? Just lie back. I
Yes,
want you to
sir.
just think of England. Freud was an Anglophile.
Do you
We'll
speak
talk about.
English?
Yes, he spoke near perfect English. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
his English was really fine.
Sure.
And
Okay.
I believe there are not. I mean, there are some recordings of his voice of speaking English. If I'm not mistaken. I was watching some media here today.
Okay.
Let's do it. Hang on one second. I just gotta go do a thing here. There we go. Now we're ready to go.
All right.
The power of radio, right? There's absolutely nothing here. It was a joke, people. All right. Sigmund Shlomo Freud was born on May 6th of 1856 in Freiburg in modern part of the Austrian Empire, to Jakob Freud, who himself was born in 1815, a wool merchant with older sons from a previous marriage, and Amalia Nathanson, born in 1835, age gap, his much younger third wife. I'm going to read first
Mm.
from the autobiography. So this is Siggy himself. Let's see. This is saying he was born in a town called Pribor, now part of the Czech Republic. But in any case, let's see here. Page 4. Oh, I got to get my light going here. It's a little bit, it's the winter. All right. Where is it? That is his. Okay. Is that right? Da, da, da. Let me see. Here it is. I was born on May 6th, 1856, at Freiburg in Moravia, a small town in what is now Czechoslovakia. My parents were Jews, and I have remained a Jew myself. I have reason to believe that my father's family were settled for a long time in the Rhine at Cologne, that, as a result of a persecution of the Jews during the 14th or 15th century, they fled eastwards, and that, in the course of the 19th century, they migrated back from Lithuania through Galicia into German Austria. When I was a child of 4, I came to Vienna, and I went through the whole of my education there. At the gymnasium, I was at the top of my class for 7 years. I enjoyed special privileges there and was required to pass scarcely any examinations. He was the star child from a very young age. We'll talk about it. Although we lived in very limited circumstances, my father insisted that, in my choice of profession, I should follow my own inclinations. So I'm going to go now into the gay biography here, so we can get a little more depth into his early life. That's usually pretty important, especially for a person who broke open the idea of childhood sexuality. That's one of the things that we're going to talk about on this episode. Did you know that the books they were burning in 1933, and I assume forward, Freud's were among them?
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
No, I
yeah.
didn't.
The Austrian painter did not like this. They did not, and it is shocking when you encounter his theories of childhood sexuality and human sexuality, especially when you think about the
Yeah.
period.
Yeah.
Even now, go on, Matt.
Oh, no, I was going to say it comes up a little bit in my young stuff, my young researches. Yeah, there's actually a little bit of a bone of contention between them.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, more than that. I mean, they had a real break, for
Yeah.
sure. And I'm going to talk about that. And of course, I'm sure you'll go more deeply into it. I think this is going to be cool. These episodes are really going to pair nicely
Yeah.
together. So perfect. Lots of fun. Yeah, but I mean, even go up to somebody now and go, "Did you know that Freud claimed we're all fundamentally bisexual?" Just try and say that at a dive bar on a Saturday at 11 p.m. See how you do.
Yeah.
It's still to this day people go, "Ugh," you're gonna scare the hose. People are gonna get the ick. But all he meant by that, I mean, he meant a lot by that. But he just meant we have the capacity to experience attraction to either sex. That's what he meant.
Hmm.
And it's
Oh,
like, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Okay, so this is from the gay biography. I'm gonna get used to that. Sigmund Freud, the great unriddler of human enigmas, grew up among enough conundrums and confusions to pique the interest of a psychoanalyst. He was born, as we know, on May 6th, 1856. We already know this. The son of Jakob Freud, a generally impecunious Jewish wool merchant, and his wife Amalia. So not well to do per se. The names his father inscribed for him in the family Bible, Sigismund Shlomo, did not survive Freud's adolescence. He never used Shlomo, his paternal grandfather's name, and after experimenting with Sigmund during his later years at school, adopted it sometime after he entered the University of Vienna in 1873. So he comes up with kind of almost as his own nickname for himself, right? The Freud's Bible also records that Sigismund entered the Jewish covenant, in short, was circumcised, was snipped, a week after his birth on May 13th. This much is dependable. Most other information is far less certain. All right. So I want to read a little more from this period. I think this stuff is really fascinating. His handsome young mother seemed to him far better matched with his half-brother Philip than with his father. Yet it was with the father that Amalia Freud shared a bed. In 1858, before he was 2.5, this problem attained particular poignancy. His sister Anna was born. Recalling these years, Freud thought he had realized that his little sister had come out of his mother's body. What had seemed harder to fathom was how his half-brother Philip had somehow taken his father's place as competitor for his mother's affections. Had Philip perhaps given his mother that hateful new little rival? It was all very confusing and somehow as necessary to know about it, about as it was dangerous. Some salient family realities Freud did not find it necessary to repress. So there's a certain, I mean, he doesn't give you all the details in his writing, right? Here's what he would say. My parents were Jews, he noted in his autobiographical study. Visibly scornful of co-religionists who had sought protection from anti-Semitism in the haven of baptism. What would you do in that period? Well, we're Jewish, but we were baptized. We're one of you, right?
yeah.
Let us in, right? Here's what he said. I, too, have remained a Jew. It was a Judaism without religion. Jakob Freud had emancipated himself from the Hasidic practices of his ancestors. His marriage to Amalia Nathanson was consecrated in a reform ceremony. In time, he discarded virtually all religious observances, mainly celebrating Purim and Passover as family festivals. His father, Freud recalled, allowed me to grow up in complete ignorance of everything that concerned Judaism. Yet, though striving for assimilation, Jakob Freud was never ashamed of, never sought to deny his essential Jewishness. Judaism is an ethnicity, as identity, not religion. He continued to read the Bible at home in Hebrew for his edification and spoke the holy language, Freud believed, as well as German or better. Thus, Jakob Freud established an atmosphere in which the young Freud acquired an enduring fascination with biblical history. That is to say, the Old Testament, when he had barely acquired the art of reading. He wasn't around only Jews. The nursemaid who took care of him until he was about 2.5 was a devout Roman Catholic, the one true faith. Freud's mother remembered her as elderly, ugly, and clever. It's the other Holy Trinity. Elderly, ugly, and clever. She fed her charge pious stories and dragged him to church.
Okay.
All right. Then Freud's mother told him, when you got home, you would preach and tell us what God Almighty does. That nurse did more, though precisely how much remains obscure. She acted, Freud hinted somewhat obliquely, as his teacher in sexual matters.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of this in this episode, so I hope everybody's getting ready to. This is not the Marquis de Sade. This might even be more uncomfortable because this is all in polite society. Freud would never end up interred, though he did have to flee in exile. So get ready. Get it's going to be maybe one of the squirmier Art of Darknesses that we're going to have. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to say already his family milieu sounds very Freudian. the young, like
Mhm. Sure. By
so
definition.
yeah.
Yeah. Big family, sibling rivalry,
Young
you know.
mother, your
Hmm.
brother who's about the same age. Like
Yeah.
it's yeah.
Strange. Yeah. You're already how to make a weirdo for sure. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
We love mixed families on Art of Darkness. We're family positive. We're pronatal family
Yeah.
positive people on this
Yeah.
show. Absolutely. It's going to get weird. The nursemaid was sharp with the precocious little boy and very demanding, but Freud thought he had loved her nonetheless for that. It was a love rudely cut off. During his mother's confinement with his sister Anna, his half brother Philip had the nursemaid arrested for petty theft, and she was sent to prison. Freud missed her sorely. Her disappearance, coinciding with his mother's absence, generated a vague, disagreeable memory that Freud managed to clarify and interpret only many years later. Childish rivalry with an older brother who had presumably given his mother a child. So in his child's mind, it's his
Oh
brother.
God.
He's addled. He doesn't quite understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, right. Why should Philip show Sigismund an empty cardboard in replace in re- cupboard in reply to his cry for his mother? So his mother's gone. In 1897, as the self-analysis was at its most intense, Freud found the answer. When he had asked his half-brother Philip where his nursemaid had gone, Philip had replied that she was eingekastelt, or boxed in, which is a little joke to her being in jail. And so Freud, as a little kid, had feared that his mother too had been boxed in. So later he was having dreams about cupboards and his mother being in a cupboard. Freud really came up with that practice of dream analysis. What does this mean? What does this relate to? Dreams as wish fulfillment, etc. We're going to get into it. One of his first major books was about dream interpretation,
Mhm.
and people loved it. I mean, it was like it's like almost like a parlor trick, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how Jung heard of him first, the
Hmm.
Interpretation of Dreams book. That was, as
Yep.
I understand, his first real big
Yep. Right at the
popular
turn of the.
work.
Yep. We'll cover it right at the turn of the century. He was also very interested in hypnosis.
Mm.
So, I mean, and you have to remember too, we're in that period where spiritualism, the occult, all of that stuff was very much of interest. Freud came out of the more credible scientific world, but there's a lot more overlap between those things than maybe you'd think. We're going to cover Helena Blavatsky later this year, so get ready for that. It's going to be fun. All right, so for all the care extended to little Sigismund, Jakob and Amalia Freud were poor. At Freud's birth in 1856, they occupied a single rented room in a modest house. Their town, Freiburg, was dominated by the tall, slim steeple of its Catholic church with its famous chimes rising above some substantial houses and many more modest dwellings. Sometimes a steeple is just a steeple. Its principal attractions, apart from the church, were a handsome market square and inviting surroundings that boasted stretches of fertile farmland, dense woods, and gentle hills, with the Carpathian Mountains rising in the shimmering distance. In the late 1850s, the town had over 4,500 inhabitants. About 130 of them were Jews. The Freuds living at Schlossergasse 117, a plain two-story house above the owner, a blacksmith. That's where Freud was born. They didn't remain there long, and they would move briefly to Leipzig and then to Vienna. A little more about the family. I think this is important. Freud would say Freud was simplifying his family's motives for leaving Freiburg and prettifying their existence after a catastrophe in the industrial branch in which my father was engaged. He lost his fortune. In the end, Jakob Freud never wholly secured what he had never really enjoyed. For some time, in fact, though gradually their situation improved, the Freuds' move to Vienna brought them little relief. Then came the long, hard years, Freud wrote later. I think nothing about them was worth remembering. So Freud's a story of from the bottom to the top. Can we get much higher? I mean, one of his eventual patients and the woman who would help him flee from Vienna eventually was Princess Napoleon
Oh,
of of the of the
The
Napoleon,
the
yeah,
Napoleons. Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
the Napoleon, yeah, right, not the Cincinnati Napoleons,
Yeah.
the Napoleons,
Yeah.
the short little guy, yeah.
Okay.
So he definitely did not come from much,
Yeah.
and they definitely staked their hopes on him. This is an Art of
Okay.
Darkness episode. There's plenty of darkness in Freud's life.
Yeah.
There's death. He narrowly escaped the Holocaust. There's some real
Yeah.
dark stuff.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, a little more. You into it? This is
Oh
Art of
yeah. Oh
Darkness.
yeah.
This is how
No,
we
it's
do.
perfect.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
yeah.
cool. Yeah, it's fun. Everybody learns together on Art of Darkness. It's gonna be great. I can't wait for your Jung episode. It's gonna be fun, man. This is something we wanted to do for a long time. So a little more here. And then I'll get out of this book and try to move us along. This book, if you're looking for Freud's life, this is the one, the Peter Gay biography. It's for Peter Gay. The precariousness of their financial situation was not alleviated by Amalia Freud's fertility. Many such cases. Jakob Freud and his wife had come to Vienna with two children, Sigismund and Anna. One son, Julius, had died in Freiburg in April of 1858 at 7 months. Much more common then, but nevertheless, I'm sure very hard. Now, in rapid succession, between 1860 and 1866, Freud was presented with four sisters: Rosa, Marie, Adolphine, and Paulina, and the youngest, his brother Alexander. Yeah. There's a family tradition reported by Freud's sister Anna that the name Alexander was chosen at a family council and was suggested by the 10-year-old Freud in recall of Alexander's magnanimity and his prowess as a military leader. So they had a family council to name the youngest. It's kind of fun. In 1865 and early 1866, the harshness of these years was exacerbated by the indictment, conviction, and imprisonment of Josef Freud, Jakob Freud's brother, for trading in counterfeit rubles. We do a
Punk little.
little,
Yeah.
we do a little fraud. We do a little
Hmm.
counterfeiting. Times are tough, right? The catastrophe was traumatic for the family. Freud did not care for his uncle Joseph, who invaded his dreams and recalled there's always that one uncle who won't leave
Yeah.
you alone. The Freddy Krueger uncle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you become a dream warrior.
Well, your jailbird uncle, a criminal. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And not even a very fun criminal. Not a bank robber. Just
Yeah.
counterfeiting.
Nothing dashing. Just yeah.
Yeah,
Counterfeiting.
just coin clipping kind of, yeah,
Mhm.
not good. He recalled in the interpretation of dreams that the calamity made his father's hair turn gray with grief in a few days. Probably Jakob Freud's grief was mingled with anxiety. There's evidence that he and his older sons, who had emigrated to Manchester, were implicated in Joseph Freud's schemes. So a little more. We got to talk about his relationship with Vienna because he's so associated with that period and that place. Economic hardship and family disgrace were not the only reasons why Freud found his first years in Vienna unworthy of recall. He was in mourning for Freiburg, especially for the lovely countryside in which it was embedded. I never felt really comfortable in the city, he confessed in 1899. I now think that I have never got over the longing for the beautiful woods of my home, in which, as a memory remaining from those days attests, scarcely able to walk, I used to run off from my father. Later, in 1931, the mayor of that town revealed a bronze tablet at his birthplace. That's the kind of cult of Freud that we're talking about, by the way. You're 75 and they're putting tablets up in your honor. You did
Yeah.
something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
How
Right.
old
Here's
was he
the.
when they moved to Vienna?
Let's see. When did they move to Vienna? So he moved to Vienna in 1859. So he must have only
Okay,
been
so
like three. He was very
okay.
young. Yeah, very, very young. They're moving around.
Yeah.
Yeah, after a very, very brief stint in Leipzig. When that bronze tablet was revealed, he was 75. And here's what he wrote in a letter. Deep within me, covered over, there still lives that happy child from Freiburg, the firstborn son of a youthful mother who had received the first indelible impressions from this air, from this soil. So there you are. He had mixed feelings about Vienna. All right, so let's move this along so we can get a little further in the biography. The family was they were Ashkenazi Jews. Let's see. At 9, it was a big family. At 9, he entered the Leopoldstädter Kommunal Realgymnasium, nailed it, a prominent high school, and he was an outstanding pupil from jump. So I've got a little bit more from the biography here. It was only natural that the immensely promising young man should be the declared family favorite. His sister Anna testifies that he always had a room of his own, no matter how straitened his parents' circumstances. So they're putting a lot of pressure on him, and he would come through. There's a tiger parents, right? And amidst quite a few girls, and he's the oldest son. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Of the one
yeah,
mother. Sounds like there's
right.
Philip and some of the,
Sure,
but they're
yeah.
grown and like it's up to Sigmund to carry the rest of the family.
Save the family
Yeah.
fortune,
Yeah.
make something of himself. He gets his
Yeah.
own room. All right. When the Freuds arrived in Vienna, they moved to the traditional Jewish district, Leopoldstadt, stretching across the northeastern edge of the city. It had once been Vienna's ghetto and absorbing an ever increasing flux of Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. It was rapidly turning into something of a ghetto once again. And there was always this tension between the Western Jews and then the shtetl Jews arriving from the East, who the more middle class or more established Jews felt kind of there was a certain amount of they were ashamed. There was sort of the German-speaking Jews and then the Yiddish Jews from out east, and that's a whole history you can look into. We'll have to touch on it a little bit. Nearly half of the 15,000 Jews living in Vienna around 1860 clustered in the district. It was not just a slum. A number of prosperous Jewish families chose to live there, but the majority huddled in badly overcrowded, unprepossessing quarters. The Freuds were with that majority. After a time, his father began to enjoy a modicum of affluence, most likely subsidized by his more fortunate 2 older sons who had settled in Manchester in England. They did well. So they're sending money back, remittances back to the ghetto in Vienna. They eventually could afford servants. We love this on Art of Darkness, this sort of like pre-war, pre-World War One. It just seems like the middle class had servants. It was understood, you could afford, because people were so poor and so desperate that you could afford that kind of help without having that much. Different times,
Different
times.
world,
Yeah.
right up
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
1913.
Yeah, we'll talk about both of the wars. Yeah, even after he could afford servants, a painting of his 7 young children, expositions to the Prater, and more spacious living quarters, he and his family made do with 6 rooms. They moved into this apartment in 1875 when Freud was a university student, and they weren't rich, they weren't
Yeah.
wealthy. Alexander, Freud's 5 sisters, and their parents crowded into 3 bedrooms. Freud alone had his cabinet for his private domain, a room long and narrow with a window looking on the street, more and more crammed with books. So I like this. They've recognized something in little Siggy. We got to let him have a room of his own with as many books as he wants. And that was his only luxury. It's where he studied, slept, and often ate his meals by himself to save time for reading. One of us, gooble, gobble. This is where he received his school friends, his study mates. His sister Anna called them, not his playmates. He was an attentive but somewhat authoritarian brother, helping his brothers and sisters with their lessons and lecturing at them about the world. His didactic streak was marked from his school days on. He also acted as a rather priggish censor. When she was 15, his sister Anna remembered he frowned on her reading Balzac and Dumas as too risque.
Dumas.
Yeah.
Right.
Was that the Count of Monte Cristo, right?
Yeah.
Made popular,
Swashbucklers.
yeah, romances, right?
Yeah.
Or, she's gooning to Dumas. We can't have this.
Yeah.
Made famous in the States, no doubt, extra famous by friend of the pod, Eugene O'Neill's father, who had the theatrical rights to The Count of Monte Cristo. See, it's all connected. There are only 25,000 people alive at any given time. So yeah, fun. So I'm almost going to get out of this again and move it along. The family accepted Freud's boyish imperiousness with equanimity and fostered his sense of being exceptional. If Freud's needs clashed with those of Anna or the others, his prevailed without question. The oldest son in a secular Jewish family. He's the Moses of the family. He's gonna save the family's fortune for sure. When intent on his school books, he complained about the noise that Anna's piano lessons were making. The piano vanished, never to return. It's a lot of power. No one man should have all that power,
Just
right?
make a piano disappear in the city. But,
Poof.
gone.
Yeah, it's like a Harry Potter character. Piano, gonus. It was much regretted by his sister and his mother alike, but without apparent rancor. The Freuds must have been among the very few middle-class Central European families without a piano. You used to have a piano. If you didn't have a piano, you weren't middle class. Music, I mean, that was it. Because there's no record players. You want to sing a little holiday tune, somebody's got to tinkle the ivories at home. That's yeah.
Didn't Edward Bernays do something to repopularize the piano? Like in his, that's just a random connection I drew. I think he popularized the idea of having drawing rooms in America to sell pianos or something like that. That's just it.
I have never heard of that, but guess what? We're gonna look at it. Yeah, it looks like there's something about that in his book Propaganda. Okay, good. We'll talk about that on the After Dark. That makes sense. And then how you're not just selling the piano, you're selling a lifestyle.
The lifestyle.
You're selling,
if you want the lifestyle, you got to have this piano.
Got to have the piano. And then also, what else do you have to have? Sheet music. And then now we got the new hot sheet music coming. So it's you got customers for life buying your stuff.
Yeah.
Now we just subscription everything, subscription life, right? Because financially, if you can get 10,000 subscribers, you can finance more growth. The banks will lend you money based on your churn rate.
Right.
They love it. They love it. They love subscriptions. Yeah. They love it.
Yeah.
We love it too. Patreon.com/Art of Dark Pod. We're not above this.
Good.
We're of it. It's Freud's world.
Yep. We just live in it.
That's right. We just live in it. Yeah. Cool. All right. So good. We're coming up on, we'll be getting into hour 2 here in another 10 or 15 minutes. I just want to talk a little bit about the state of the Vienna of the period. Okay. So in the Vienna of his youth, despite the social disabilities under which Austrian Jews still labored, high aspirations for talented Jewish youngsters were far from utopian. Since 1848, the year of revolutions across the continent and the ascension of Emperor Franz Joseph, the sluggish multinational Habsburg Empire had been dragged toward political reform, resisting with all its might. It was being forcibly propelled into the 19th century. Beginning in 1860, the year the Freuds settled in Vienna's Leopoldstadt, a series of edicts designed to shore up traditional authority had the unintended consequence of liberalizing the state. Together, they unshackled press and the fledgling political parties struggling for power, schooled Austrians in the risky rhetoric of public combat as election campaigns grew ever more venomous. The new Reichsrat, established to exercise only advisory functions, blossomed into a real legislature, initiating laws and voting budgets. Okay. So let's see here. There were electoral reforms in 1875. And it was liberalizing in a long story short. I want to get into the business of what happened here. All of this was thrown into doubt by the stock market crash. Almost like these happen with regularly. There's always a new stock market crash to read about.
Yep.
Always.
Yeah.
It's like it's a cycle.
Yeah.
I wonder when the next one's going to come.
I mean,
who knows?
Here's
different show. Yeah. Pretty soon. Yeah, I had an old timer in Manhattan who had his father was a trader, and he would day trade too, and he said, "Come for happy hour at the bar," and he would say, "Ah, hope you walked in the middle of the street today." After a very, very bad red day in New York.
Like so bankers aren't falling
Yeah,
on your
exactly.
head. Yeah, yeah.
Right, right, exactly. Well, you don't want to die when the market's down, do you? I guess it's hard to say. So in any event, May 9th, 1873, there was Black Friday, which cast its shadow over the hitherto accomplishments. Mass bankruptcies and bank failures ruined imprudent speculators, hapless depositors, unlucky businessmen, artisans, and farmers. The Austrians, wrote one astute German visitor in June, have lost all their money, or rather have discovered that they never had any money. Well, so who do you think they're going to blame?
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
History rhymes, doesn't it? It just seems to just
Yeah.
go in a, we can't escape. It's permanent 1873.
Yeah.
Confronted with the sudden loss of their savings and in search of a scapegoat, the Austrians permitted themselves an orgy of anti Semitic outbursts. Journalists held the machinations of Jewish bankers responsible for the collapse. Popular cartoonists depicted hook nosed and curly haired brokers gesticulating wildly in front of the Vienna Stock Exchange. And there's a footnote here. Actually, Austrian Jews suffered as much as anyone else during the big crash. Arthur Schnitzler's father, we're going to talk about Schnitzler. You know who Schnitzler
Yeah.
was, Matt?
Vaguely.
You ever see a little movie, my favorite Christmas movie, Eyes Wide Shut?
Yeah.
It's based on a novella by a man named Arthur Schnitzler called Traumnovelle or Dream Novel. And
Okay.
Schnitzler was a Viennese Jew in the same period. And he and
Okay.
Freud, they were not pals, but they would have some correspondence. And they both, around the same time, were coming to similar insights out of this Viennese Renaissance, this sort of period of high culture in Vienna.
Okay. Was he
Okay.
primarily a novelist then?
Uh,
Schnitzler?
he's he's best known
Or,
for his plays. He's
okay.
a playwright, like your
Okay.
friend Kevin. He a very inspiring playwright. He has a wonderful play, and there's a film adaptation of it you can see, and everybody should watch this film called La Ronde. Are you familiar with La Ronde?
No.
Okay, we're going to take a little detour into La Ronde here. La Ronde is an incredible play, very modern play. It's a play in which 10 people form an unwitting interpersonal circle with their secret sexual relationships. It was written in 1897. It's also known as Reigen or Ring. And it's about the way that society is. I think Schnitzler had socialist sympathies. We'll cover Schnitzler. He'll be a future friend of the pod. He's one of my, one of my influences. I think Schnitzler's fantastic. But it's about how all these characters are interwoven and class is sort of illusory and we're all fucking each other, but we pretend we don't. So the scenes in La Ronde tell you exactly what it's about, right? Scene one, and it's Nicole Kidman played an adaptation of this in London by David Hare, a very famous English playwright, who I think is still with us. I'd have to look. David Hare actually read one of my plays at one point. Fun story.
Oh.
I never got to meet him though, alas. But here are the scenes in the play, and it can be done with two actors. That's part of the fun of it, right? So you do this with two actors. So scene one is the whore and the soldier. Scene two is the soldier and the parlor maid. Scene three is the parlor maid and the young gentleman. Scene four is the young gentleman and the young wife. Everybody be fucking. Scene five, the young wife and the husband. Scene six, the husband and the little miss. Scene seven, the little miss and the poet. Scene eight, the poet and the actress. Scene nine, the actress and the count. Scene 10, the count and the whore. You
Okay.
see?
So it
And
comes
like,
full circle. Yeah.
I mean, it is perfectly structured, really fun, really interesting. And I saw a horribly neutered version of it where the sex was kind of taken out, and I'm just like, oh God, what are you doing? What? Oh God.
And
I'm not gonna name names. What if we do Schnitzler's Laronde without
But
the
cut out
sex?
kind of.
Ah, it's like in any event, only in America. Okay, so that's Schnitzler, and that's sort of what's going
Okay.
on. So of
Okay.
course they're blaming the Jews for this, and but they are things are liberalizing. Jews are getting more status. There are some limitations to what they can do, but becoming a doctor is one of the outlets that a precocious young Jewish boy could pursue. So a little more here. You really can't understand Freud if you don't understand his sort of permanent psychology as an outsider, and assailing his work, of course, then and now assails the sensibilities of the mainstream culture. Then, especially, it would have been the Catholic Church. It would have been the church that this stuff is just complete anathema to, but not just the church, authoritarians, all of it. But he was pushing and pushing and pushing. The impact of the Jewish invasion, as anti-Semites of all stripes like to call it, put Vienna's assimilated Jews before a dilemma that their fellows elsewhere in Berlin or London also faced in these years, though less acutely. A measure of sympathy for poverty-stricken, often traumatized refugees from a benighted Eastern Europe was often overborne by a defensive rejection of their habits and appearances. So these are our co-ethnics, these are our cousins, but aren't they a little embarrassing? They come here and they're in rags and they're a mess and they don't speak like we do and they got bad accents and they maybe stink and they're not, it is that
Yeah. Yeah.
weird kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Freud was not exempt from such sentiments. As a 16-year-old, returning from a visit to his native Freiburg, he encountered on a train a highly honorable old Jew and a corresponding old Jewess, complete with melancholic, languishing little daughter and an impudent, promising son, and he described his revulsion to his friend Emil Fluss, Jewish like himself. He found their company more intolerable than any other, and thought he recognized the old man as a well-known type from Freiburg. So was the son with whom he was talking about religion. He was of the kind of wood from which fate carves the swindler when the time is ripe. Crafty, mendacious, encouraged by his dear relatives in the belief that he has talent, but without principles or a view of life. A professional Jew baiter could hardly have expressed it more forcibly. All right. There's that acute anxiety of seeing yourself in the mirror, seeing someone who you're not that far removed from. There, but from for the grace of God, go I. I'm
Mhm.
differentiating myself because I'm not like these Jewish people.
Yeah. Yeah. Or reminding you where you came from. Or like, was I like that when we got here? Like that sort of, yeah.
Yeah, and that business about the swindler. I mean, he's thinking about his uncle.
Right. Right.
There's some anxiety there, like, oh gosh, and
Yeah.
anybody can relate to this. Put the Judaism aside. I mean, I think, you know,
Yeah.
yeah. I
It's
mean,
your
there's
shadow self to the
sure,
Jungian term, right? It's
sure,
like, is that,
sure.
yeah.
Wait, it just as if you drop a Target American into a Walmart, you drop a Whole Foods American into a Target. You see,
Yeah.
there's that.
Yeah.
We're class,
Yep.
which
Yep.
yeah. Well, so a little more here. This is from a footnote. In the absence of more evidence, this supercilious description remains somewhat mysterious. It may just have been the snobbery of a well-educated German-speaking Jew, which he might share with his close friends. But since Freud's mother also had an undeniably Eastern European speech, one must wonder whether Freud either denied his mother's origins or more subtly and less consciously was in rebellion against her. So, okay. All right. Uh, Feeling beleaguered by this ever-growing Jewish presence, Austrian Gentiles worried over it in humor magazines, social clubs, and political meetings. They made anxious jokes, pleaded for the assimilation of the alien invaders, or some of them issued strident calls for their expulsion. Yeah. The 19th century, though the age of Jewish emancipation all across Europe, proved an uneasy interlude between the old anti Semitism and the new. Emancipation itself was cause for reaction. The Jew, hitherto the arrogant, self-elected God's favorite and Christ killer, which would have been before the modern period, became the Jew, the unscrupulous speculator and corrosive cosmopolitan, which that's still the phase that seems to dominate. And this would influence Freud, as I've said, in a big way. Here's Schnitzler on this matter. He was 6 years younger than Freud. He was a physician, a psychologist, a novelist, and a playwright. You can just do things, boys.
Yeah.
Like a doctor. Like you could be. Why do you have to be one thing? I'm not one thing. Are you one thing, Matt?
I mean, yeah, but there's something to aspire. Like I'm not a doctor and a novelist and a playwright, and that's very impressive. Where do
But
you
you're
find the
young.
time?
Right. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
yeah. Well, they weren't doom scrolling all day.
right.
You
Less
had
distractions. Yeah.
fewer distractions for sure. So he recalled the ambiguous situation in his autobiography. This is Schnitzler, and then we'll get on with it. In those days, the late blossoming period of liberalism, anti-Semitism existed as it had always done, as an emotion in the numerous hearts so inclined and as an idea with great possibilities of development, but it did not play an important role politically or socially. This would change, of course. The word hadn't even been invented, and those who disliked Jews were called derisively Judenfresser, which means Jew devourers. So there wasn't even a word anti-Semitism at the time. They were just called Jew eaters. It's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Freudian, right? Schnitzler could think of only one such type in his class at school, and he was unpopular for being dandified, snobbish, and stupid. The anti-Semitism of those years was, Schnitzler thought, neither respectable nor dangerous. Yet it made him anxious and bitter. Jew hatred was a nuisance, becoming more disagreeable, more threatening with the years. Another educated Viennese witness, Dr. Valentin Pollock, who was born in 1871, remembered, in my early youth, it was still only dumb hate. It was not accepted in good society, but we felt it badly. This would only develop fully in the late 1890s. This was a time when Jewish schoolboys, Freud and others, caressed in their fantasies a general's uniform, a professor's lectern, a minister's portfolio, or a surgeon's scalpel. So he has dreams, but it's against this backdrop of this humming bigotry, and he's one of these outsiders, well-heeled, German-speaking, embarrassed by his shtetl relatives with their funny accents, not a religious Jew, a reformed Jew, but he would never become baptized, and he would become one of the more famous atheists of the period. I mean, he was a pretty materialistic, atheistic guy, which would, of course, I'm sure, put him at odds with Jung. Fair to say?
Hmm. Yeah. That might ultimately be the if you want to characterize their split or their differences in one thing, it would be the materialism versus the spiritualism.
The belief in something else.
Yeah, at least between the two schools. Does the unconscious originate from matter, or matter comes from somewhere else, the spiritual?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
It's gonna be good, and we're gonna have Mr. Brad Kelly come on for an after dark, or for a dark room to talk about Jung and the tarot.
oh,
So
cool. Yeah.
yeah, that's gonna be good. All right, so got about an hour here. Where are you at so far with little Siggy? Help me out here, Matt.
I'm liking it. Things are kind of falling into place. You kind of get the family situation. You're kind of like, oh, that's why that like I said, is very Freudian. It's very a younger mother, like all that stuff. And then the kind of perpetual outsider who makes good on or within a society, but he also kind of, I wonder how much of that, there's a lot of other artists and people like that I can think of who straddle two worlds. And I wonder if it makes for a difficult life, but it's also part of what makes them great, or what makes their work so interesting, is because you see multiple sides and you know how to talk to both camps. And yeah, Young is kind of like that. I mean, Gore Vidal was like that. There's a ton more people who straddle two worlds. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
those are my thoughts thus far.
Yeah, and a polymath. A man who
Yeah.
could talk about Shakespeare. I assume read Shakespeare in the original and speak German, probably some Hebrew. Just one of these,
Yeah.
yeah, Renaissance men, and then would become legitimately a man of science, and then would
Yeah.
apply that same scientific rigor to the mind, to the human mind,
Yeah.
in a really brave exploratory way, and breaking through taboos, and openly writing against religion. I think he one of the books we might talk about it, but it's called "The Future of an Illusion," and
Yeah.
just breaking down why do we need God? Well, God serves these functions to keep us sane,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
As a moderately religious person myself, I like a good, steel man the other side for me. Really make the case for me, right? Test my faith,
Yeah.
Doctor
Yeah.
Doctor Freud. So we're gonna get him into, let's see here, the University of Vienna. So he was an outstanding pupil, graduated in 1873. This is awesome. He loved literature, one of us, and was proficient in German, French, Italian, Spanish, English, Hebrew, Latin, and Greek.
Oh wow. Yeah. That's impressive.
They don't make them like they used to. What's Siggy doing? Oh, he's in his cabin. He's in his room reading. He's reading the Odyssey in the original
In
Greek.
Greek.
Yeah,
I mean, what's that?
yeah,
Eight languages?
crazy.
Is this
Eight.
over the course of his life, or is this by the time he's in school,
I mean,
college?
this is just the wiki. I mean, it
Okay.
seems like it's suggesting that he had all those things. It could mean a lot. I mean, is he running around speaking ancient Greek? Maybe not. But I mean, the education was way, 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 way more language oriented up until the First World War, I think.
Yeah.
And then everything became industrialized and pivoted to America, and English took over. I mean, everything went to hell when we stopped teaching Latin in schools. Really believe that. You ever
Yeah.
take a semester of Latin, Matt?
No,
Oh,
no, I haven't.
there's still
It would
time.
have been useful. Yeah.
So you got to just that Duolingo owl is like perching on your shoulder. Um,
They do have Latin on Duolingo.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I do think everybody should get some exposure to Latin, just because it's such a crucial undergirding of this bastard merchant language that we speak. But yeah, so just I mean, it's clearly some sort of an autodidact and a young genius. So this is just right out of the Wikipedia in order to move us along. At age 17, he started studying at the University of Vienna. He would eventually become a doctor, an MD. He'd planned to study law, but he joined the medical faculty, where his studies included philosophy under Franz Brentano, physiology under Ernst Brücke, and zoology under Darwinist professor Karl Klaus. In 1876, he spent 4 weeks at Klaus's zoological research station in Trieste, dissecting hundreds of eels in an inconclusive search for their male reproductive organs. Some men can't find the clit.
Can't find a eel penis.
That's right. You
Yeah.
can't. That's right. Looking for names for this episode, so I don't know. We'll try to land on something good. Yeah, but it was so that was a whole sort of moment. He was really a scientist. He was a doctor. He was a scientist. I mean, he was like, he moved to Ernst Brücke's physiology laboratory in 1877, where he spent 6 years comparing the brains of humans with those of other vertebrates such as frogs, lampreys, as well as invertebrates like crayfish. His research work on the biology of nervous tissue proved seminal for the subsequent discovery of the neuron in the 1890s. And his work was interrupted in 1879. He had to undertake compulsory military service. He would graduate in 1888 as an MD, where he would go and have a medical career at the or start his medical career at the General Hospital. I want to talk about a little bit about Ernst Brücke, who's very important to Freud. There are a couple of figures. Freud is one of those guys where it's just one name after the next. Like this is that that center of the universe problem you have with this period in Vienna, where it's like boom, 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 boom. All these people who invented our understanding of modernity and our world now just doing work. And even the minor figures, you go into their Wikipedia and you go, whoa, what did this guy do? What?
Yeah.
So here's from Britannica a little bit about Ernst Wilhelm von Brücke. He was a German physiologist who helped introduce physical and chemical methods into medical research. He was a professor of physiology at Vienna. He was a member of a school of physiologists who, in about 1847, undertook to develop a new biology rigorously based on physics and chemistry, and who became known as the Berlin medical materialists. So these guys came to believe everything can be understood by chemicals. Everything's a physical chemical process. There are no mysteries here. We're materialists. There's no hidden force animating life. It's all chemical, and that at the time would have been innovative. Although Brücke and his colleagues did not achieve their goal, they did much to introduce experimental methods and mechanistic ways of thinking into physiology and medicine. He was an advocate of animal experimentation.
Yeah.
We're cutting up eels. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, cutting up eels. His research included studies on the structure of skeletal muscle, on vision, and on the mechanism of speech. Interested in art, he wrote on the relationship of the physiology of vision to painting. It was largely through Brücke that Sigmund Freud, who worked in Brücke's physiological laboratory, acquired the mechanistic bias that's seen in his early project for a scientific psychology. So we're not off in the clouds here with metaphysics. We're grounding all of this in the physical world.
Right. And that makes sense, actually, from what I know about Freud. And yeah.
Yeah. Freud was, there's some business in his writing on sex where he just really describes the way that sexual tension clearly emerges from the fluids, from the sexual material getting backed up.
Okay.
I mean, he's like, this is clearly what's happening. It's hard, and he would say explicitly, it's harder to understand with women. like,
Like,
like, we don't know, but he really was just, that was his mode, was sort of like, okay, so we've got this thing, and clearly it's being driven physiologically,
yeah.
right? And people describe it as a kind of tension that needs to be released.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, all right.
And those are who the people he was hanging out with.
These were his
in
professors.
College, and yeah,
these are who
Gotcha.
he's studying under. Okay. So
yeah.
These are not crystal, he is in a rigorous scientific, cutting edge University of Vienna. Major people are his professors, and they would inform he didn't emerge whole cloth out of the cabinet of his family's home, right? Out of his little room. I mean, he went and he got a world-class education. He would go and study with Jean-Martin Charcot in Paris, and I want to cover a little bit about who that fellow. Let me see if I can find it here. Charcot. I mean, he was a definitive European of his period for sure. Certainly a definitive European, pan-European, cosmopolitan, secular Jew. Freud. I mean, he was the poster child for that. So in October of 1885, he went to Paris on a 3-month fellowship to study with Charcot, a renowned neurologist who was conducting scientific research into hypnosis. Do they still use hypnosis, Matt?
There's versions of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
cool.
It's not dangling a watch in front of your face, but there are different. It's EMDR, stuff like that.
Right.
That's related, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. So I'm going to read a little bit from his autobiography here. That's going to cover some of the Vienna days in his voice. And then I think in the autobiography, he talks a lot about the hypnosis. And hypnosis would have a direct influence on psychoanalysis. There's something
Yeah.
hypnotic to the psychoanalytic practice where you're lying on the couch. The goal is to achieve this mysterious thing called transference, which we'll talk about, one of the goals of it. And you're just free associating. There's almost kind of a liminal womb-like talk therapeutic. This leads to that, and this leads to that. And oh my gosh, maybe I do think that. And very interesting. Okay, so this is Freud talking about his time at the university. When I first joined the University of Vienna, I experienced some appreciable disappointments. Above all, I found that I was expected to feel myself inferior and an alien because I was a Jew. I refused absolutely to do the first of these things. I have never been able to see why I should feel ashamed of my descent or, as people were beginning to say, of my race. I put up, without much regret, with my non acceptance into the community, for it seemed to me that in spite of this exclusion, an active fellow worker could not fail to find some nook or cranny in the framework of humanity. I am human and I need to be loved, just like everybody else does, as the poet said. Morrissey, Smiths, no. These first impressions, however, had one consequence, which was afterwards to prove important. For at an early age, I was made familiar with the fate of being in the opposition and of being put under the ban of the compact majority. The foundations were thus laid for a certain degree of independence of judgment. Who radicalized you? You did, right?
Yeah.
Like, yep. You're not going to invite me to the party? I'll go have my own party. And he did. He had devotees. Yeah. So let's see here. I was compelled, moreover, during my first years at the university to make the discovery that the peculiarities and limitations, all my gifts denied me, all success in many of the departments of science into which my youthful eagerness had plunged me. Thus, I learned the truth of Mephistopheles' warning. I'm not going to read this German.
The whole quote in German.
Well, it is
Yeah.
vergebens, dass ihr ringsum wissenschaftlich schweift. Ein jeder lernt nur, was es lernen kann. A youth learns only what he can learn, I think is what it's saying. Hey, get in Discord and help me with this German, all right? There's no, wait, no, there is a translation. There are footnotes. Let me find them. Oh, Kevin speaks German on the pod. Put it on the card. Yes, it is in vain that you range around from science to science. Each man learns only what he can learn. Everyone learns
Okay.
only what they're able to learn, which is interesting. Of course, that's Mephistopheles saying that in from Faust,
Faust,
Goethe's
yeah.
Faust. Yeah, we got to cover Goethe. Goethe would be that's a Kevin. That's a Kevin episode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Be a big one.
cool.
Yeah. It's okay. So you're going to be drawn to what you're meant to be, or not meant to be, but you'll learn
I,
what you're fascinated with. Is that kind of what that
well, I think
means?
there's a lot going on there. I think again, you have to remember it's Mephistopheles saying this,
Yeah.
so there could be an ironic implication there, right? It's sort of the devil telling you that it's all inside you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I had an English teacher who once said the best books tell you what you already know.
Hmm.
Very funny. Do we read the books or do the books read us?
Yeah.
You
Or I
see,
mean, isn't that a Platonic thing where all learning is remembering, you know? And
it sounds.
so,
Mhm.
yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I know it's Mephistopheles. I'm trying not to bring Young up every time, but Young liked Goethe and Mephistopheles, or Faust was
Faust.
huge with him. And
Mhm.
so, yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's
I mean, this Faust was there. Faust is like their Don Quixote. Goethe is like their Shakespeare. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, in German. Um, so at length in Ernst Brücke's physiological laboratory, I found rest and satisfaction, and men too, whom I could respect and take as my models. The great Brücke himself and others, and so forth. I worked at this institute with short interruptions from 1876 to 1882. And it was generally thought that I was marked out to fill the next post of assistant that might fall vacant there. The various branches of medicine proper, apart from psychiatry, had no attraction for me. So he wants psychiatry is where it's at. I was decidedly negligent in pursuing my medical studies. And it was not until 1881 that I took my somewhat belated degree as a doctor of medicine. The turning point came in 1882 when my teacher, for whom I felt the highest possible esteem, corrected my father's generous improvidence by strongly advising me, in view of my bad financial position, to abandon my theoretical career. I followed his advice, left the physiological laboratory, and entered the general hospital as an aspirant. I was soon afterwards promoted to being a junior resident physician and worked in various departments of the hospital, amongst others, for more than 6 months, and so forth. He wanted. We'll come to it, but this is a period where you couldn't marry unless you were established. The other family wouldn't have it. Your own family wouldn't have it. You'd have to elope. It would be a different time, right?
Couldn't marry well,
Right.
right?
It
Within
would be.
your, yeah,
Yeah. It would be. It was very similar to like Fitzgerald. The only reason Fitzgerald was finally really able to get the approval for the quick marriage they did was because he had his first book come out and it was a big success. So now the
right.
family would kind of accept him. So here we come to Charcot. In the distance glimmered the great name of Charcot, so I formed a plan of first obtaining an appointment as lecturer on nervous diseases in Vienna and of then going to Paris to continue my studies. In the course of the following years, while I continued to work as a junior physician, I published a number of clinical observations upon organic diseases of the nervous system. I gradually became familiar with the ground. I was able to localize the site of a lesion in the medulla oblongata so accurately that the pathological anatomist had no further information to add. I was the first person in Vienna to send a case for autopsy with a diagnosis of polyneuritis acuta. The fame of my diagnoses, and this is important to give the sense of like who he is as a doctor. He's a doctor. He's not somebody who took a weekend class about dreams and decided, oh, I'm going to analyze. This is not he's coming from this strict scientific background. All right,
He's not a
you with me?
PhD. It's a
He's a
medical
doctor.
doctor.
He's a
Yeah,
medical doctor.
yeah,
That's right. He's like House MD,
yeah.
but
In an
Jewish.
emergency, you could do something useful.
Maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
In theory, more
Sure.
more so than a doctor of Renaissance literature or whatever. Yeah.
Who we love. We love the
No
doctor
offense.
of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
No.
yeah,
Yes. Yes.
yeah, yeah. Is there a doctor on this plane? Yes, I studied the Renaissance.
Yeah.
Not so helpful. The last thing you see is somebody on their way to a Renaissance festival on the airplane.
Yeah. Or lecturing you. You're choking or having a heart attack, and they're lecturing you about Ben Jonson.
hmm
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You're already in hell, 30,000 feet
Yeah.
up. Just listen. The last thing I'm gonna just open the door and just throw me out.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I realize I just offended a bunch of our audience,
No,
likely,
no,
but I'm
no,
not a
not at
doctor
all.
doctor either.
No,
So
no,
yeah.
neither am I. I'm an MFA. I'm worse
Yeah.
than
Worse than a
I'm
PhD.
despised. I'm despised universally, and for good reason. It is a terminal degree because your life ends after you get it, right? It's just like terminal cancer. Yeah, you can always go to the podcast ghetto. Yeah, so the fame of my diagnoses, and Freud was not never modest, and he had no reason to be,
Yeah.
right? And of their post-mortem confirmation brought me an influx of American physicians to whom I lectured upon the patients in my department in a sort of pidgin English. I understood nothing about the neuroses. On one occasion, I introduced to my audience a neurotic suffering from a persistent headache as a case of chronic localized meningitis. They quite rightly rose in revolt against me, and my premature activities as a teacher came to an end. By way of excuse, I may add that this happened at a time when greater authorities than myself in Vienna were in the habit of diagnosing neurasthenia as cerebral tumor. Okay, fun. So I want to get us toward the traveling fellowship. So he wins this fellowship. He's appointed lecturer, wins a fellowship, and he became a student at the Salpêtrière. Salpêtrière, nailed it, French. French is our weakness on this show. Horrible. This
I
is a,
I
yeah,
I won't be
no,
able to help with that.
that's
Just
fun.
so you know,
That's good.
going
That's part of
forward.
the shtick of the show.
Yeah.
That's fun. I don't think we can't have anybody with good French on the show.
No, no.
No,
But
no.
a trick is if you wanna pull it off, just
Mm,
say it. Just don't pronounce some consonants. Say it all fancy. And
Hmm.
then if you're questioned on it, give them a skeptical look, like,
Sure. Like, why
um,
would you?
oh, you don't know how to pronounce it right.
Right.
Just lean into it. Just pick a wacky
Yeah.
pronunciation and just stick
Sure.
with it.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love that in Paris.
Not to a French person, to
Oh, no,
another
not
English
not to.
speaking academic,
I see.
right?
Okay.
If you're
Yeah.
unsure how to pronounce it to another English speaker, you can just go, c'est Molière. If they're like, is that how you pronounce it? You give them a little like,
Commit to the commit to
you
the
don't
bit.
know? Yes.
Commit
Yeah.
to the bit. And then if
Don't
they
do it with
really
actual
challenge you,
French people.
then if they really challenge you, you say, "Well, I spent time in Quebec,
Yeah.
Montreal."
That's how they say it. And
That's how they say it in Quebec.
yeah. Yeah.
So very fun. There's going to be some more French coming up. So he goes and studies there. He was one of the crowd of foreign visitors. Here he is. I had little attention paid me to begin with. One day in my hearing, Charcot expressed his regret that since the war he had heard nothing from the German translator of his lectures. He went on to say that he would be glad if someone would undertake to translate the new volumes of his lectures into German. I wrote to him and offered to do so. I can still remember a phrase in the letter to the effect that I suffered only from l'aphasie motrice and not from l'aphasie sensorielle de français.
Ah,
Nailed it. Charcot accepted the offer. I have no idea what it means. I was admitted to the circle of his personal acquaintances, and from that time forward, I took a full part in all that went on at the clinic. When the professor, the famous professor that you're on fellowship to study with, asks you to translate his stuff, you say yes.
yeah.
To quote a Ghostbuster, when someone asks if you're a god,
You say
you say
yes.
yes. Absolutely, you do. What impressed me most of all while I was with Charcot were his latest investigations upon hysteria, some of which were carried out under my own eyes. Now, hysteria would become very important to Freud. He had proved, for instance, the genuineness of hysterical phenomena and their conformity to law. The frequent occurrence of hysteria in men, some of which you've maybe seen on this show, it's coming attractions. The production of hysterical paralyses and contractures by hypnotic suggestion, and the fact that such artificial products showed, down to their smallest details, the same features as spontaneous attacks, which were often brought on traumatically. Many of Charcot's demonstrations, this again is Freud's voice, began by provoking in me and in other visitors a sense of astonishment and an inclination to skepticism, which we tried to justify by an appeal to one of the theories of the day. He was always friendly and patient in dealing with such doubts, but he was also most decided. It was in one of these discussions that, speaking of theory, he remarked, I don't know. Ça n'empêche pas d'exister. I have no idea. A bon mot which left an indelible mark upon my mind. No French, huh?
No, no.
I have to translate it or else I'm going to be
Yeah.
really embarrassed.
So that's
Uh,
Freud's autobiography.
yeah,
And
yeah.
he
He's
was, yeah.
yep.
Yep.
Go on.
Just one of those that does the foreign quotations without
Yeah, not helpful.
translations.
Well, no,
Just
this is
drop in
this
a
is
French. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Just dropping some French. I'm gonna get the translation into it. It pulls up Charcot when you look it up. Let's see here. Ah, that doesn't prevent it from existing, or that doesn't stop it from being real. So it's used to acknowledge something is true or present despite other factors, often in a nuanced philosophical way. So it's sort of like the theory is good, but that doesn't stop things from being as they are. Okay.
Gotcha. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. So like I understand what's happening to you, but
Yeah.
still there.
Yeah. The thing is the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still the thing. Okay. Cool. So there's a little bit about Charcot. Matt, do you want to tell people a little bit about your Jung prep or tease the book club so I can stand up and do what I got to do
Yeah.
real quick? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, everybody.
Okay. Well,
He's
that's
in
an
Paris.
interesting. Uh, yeah, that is an interesting spot Freud's at, I think. Jung's kind of coming up in my mind, popping up a couple times, just the backgrounds, some similarities, some differences. Freud being kind of a materialist, um, and Jung coming at things from kind of a spiritualist, occultist um, angle. I'm really liking Freud's educational background. It's interesting the kind of Viennese milieu he was brought up in. Um, there's some good Goethe stuff. I'm kind of going to save for my Jung episode. Goethe connections to Jung. I am about halfway through my big Jung autobiography, and I'm making my way through Memories, Dreams, and Reflections. Uh, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This will be a good 1-2 punch, kind of in tandem, two tandem episodes. It's
Yeah, yeah. They're kind of going to be like one long episode. It's almost like
yeah,
Dune and Dune 2. It's kind of one movie.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
or like book it two opposite ends of the spectrum.
sure.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the spectrum here on Art of Darkness. Really, really dig it. Yeah, no, it's going to be a lot of fun. He's such a looming figure, Freud, and then Jung too. Jung is so influential. Um, you can tell a lot about somebody by how which of the two they gravitate to and their opinions about one or both of these men. Let me just take a moment. I want to tease book club. We got book club coming up at the end of this month. We're going to have author Anna Krivlapova come on. You can go to artofdarkpod.com. The link is there. It's slash book dash club. We call the book club bookends. And this year, we're going to do a lot of fun stuff. It's all there, but January 31st, we're going to talk to Anna about her book of short stories, Incurable Graphomania. And then next month, we're going to talk with Cairo Smith and the show's lawyer, Dan Baltic, the great Dan Baltic, a very Freudian man, a very sensual Freudian man on the timeline. More Freud than Jung, I would say, Mr. Baltic. And we're gonna talk about Cairo's fine, fun novel, Scene Bucks, in February. So go support some living authors, some living writers. And Art of Darkness is more than just the show. We also do this book club, and it's behind the paywall. You know where to get it. All right, cool. So he's in Gay Paris, and he's studying with his fellow Charcot. And it's in 1884 that he writes, publishes an essay called Uba Coca on cocaine.
Okay.
And he would use cocaine for 10 years. I have a little bit about it, I think, and we're going to cover this further in the After Dark, but I do have to give it a little bit of attention here because it's quite important. Let's see here. Uh, Now he's at this point he is courting the woman who would become his wife, Martha Bernays. This is where the Edward Bernays connection comes in, right? No doubt. Um, he completed a technical paper on coca, a fascinating compound of scientific reporting and strenuous advocacy, in June, and published it in a Viennese medical journal the following month. Early in September, Freud went off to see Martha Bernays, but not before mentioning his work with cocaine and its properties, at once soothing and stimulating. Now, do you know that cocaine, I've heard, affects people who have what's recognized now as ADHD differently? People with
No,
ADHD, well, what do they prescribe to people with ADHD now?
Adderall.
Adderall.
Yeah.
What is Adderall? It's a
Stimulant. No.
stimulant. It's meth. So there are people I've heard who who actually calm down and are able to focus more under the influences of something like cocaine.
Oh,
Whereas people with, I guess you say, neurotypical brains, of course, get jittery, shaky, talk incessantly, and all the rest. Freud, and I'm not diagnosing him, but would describe it as soothing, which is not a word that you would normally associate with cocaine, is it?
okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. He described it that way to a friend. When Freud returned to Vienna, he discovered that another associate, Karl Kohler, to whom I had also spoken about cocaine. There's something about that drug. You want to talk to people about it,
Yeah.
which is probably not advisable because any quantity of this substance is a felony. You
Yeah.
probably don't want to be yapping about it. Jeez. But of course, at that time, it was not, it
This
was
is
used.
before, yeah, it's
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So a little more about this. To whom I had also spoken about cocaine, had performed the decisive experiments upon the eyes of animals and had demonstrated them at the Ophthalmological Congress at Heidelberg. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. The Ophthalmological Congress at Heidelberg. Woo! As Freud remembered it, he had run into a colleague complaining of intestinal pains and had prescribed a 5% solution of cocaine. Kohler had been present on this occasion, and this, Freud was sure, had been his first acquaintance with the anesthetic properties of the drug. Even so, Freud judged Kohler rightly counts as the discoverer of local anesthesia with cocaine, which has become so important in minor surgery, notably on operations on the eye. But I have borne my fiancée no grudge for my negligence at the time, which is to say that he both did and not blame her a little. So he was pursuing Martha, and so he got distracted from this line of research with the coca, and this other guy made this major breakthrough that made his fame and his career, and allowed all of these surgeries and things to happen. And Freud missed out. And who knows what his trajectory would have been if he had become that guy.
the cocaine guy.
Yeah. So listen to this. Yeah, such an ingenious way of burdening. We all have one in our life. Burdening someone else with one's own failure to follow through is rare in Freud. It suggests that even from the safe vantage point of remote hindsight, cocaine held some uncomfortable, not wholly acknowledged meaning for him, many such cases. The facts were even clearer than his painful recollections would intimate. If Freud recognized from the outset that Kohler fully deserved his instant celebrity, so Kohler was now famous for this discovery that Freud was like inches away from.
Yeah.
You versus the doctor she tells you not to worry about.
Well, and all for a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are online influencers who tell you it's a big mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Chase women instead of your career.
Right, instead of cocaine. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you can combine the two and end up in jail.
Yeah.
Or worse.
Oh, yeah.
Strongly urge you to avoid such things, especially to the young bucks out there.
Yeah.
It rankled that he had missed by a hair's breadth the royal road to fame, and with that to marriage. Worse, his lyrical plea for cocaine as a panacea for pain, exhaustion, low spirits, and morphine addiction proved to be sadly misplaced. Freud began taking the drug as a stimulant to control his intermittent depressed moods, improve his general sense of well-being, help him relax in social encounters, and just make him feel more like a man. We're going to talk more about it. He would recommend it recklessly, even sending moderate quantities to Martha Bernays when he thought her indispositions warranted it. Yeah, this is crazy. In June of 1885, and this wasn't the only time, he mailed to Wansbeck a vial of cocaine holding about a gram and suggested that she make for yourself 8 small or 5 large doses from it. Hell yeah, dudes rock.
Yeah.
Party it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't mail cocaine.
Don't even talk. You shouldn't even talk about it on a podcast. We're already on a list.
We're flat.
Yeah. Yeah. Be careful.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go. And again, like I said, we'll talk more about it. Yeah. But we're going to talk about go on, Matt.
No. It's just interesting. The part about it kind of calming his mind makes sense now and kind of puts things in context. Because there is that cultural, the cocaine did, or Freud did enough cocaine to kill a small horse. You think, oh, party animal. But it's like, no, for him, it was calming so we could concentrate and all that. That kind of falls into place for me.
Yeah, and his using it for 10 years and then producing this doorstopper as the basic writings may make some sense.
So we're talking like 30 to 40.
Yeah,
here.
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little younger. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, what are we talking about here? So 1884, he was born in 1856. So yeah, just coming up on his 30s.
Okay.
So, okay. Yeah. If you have a problem, go and get help. That's what we always say on Art of Darkness. Just be careful out there. This stuff, But it is worth noting that, again, different brains react differently to stimulants.
Yeah.
And again, there's a reason for ADHD. They prescribe this prescription meth, essentially. Okay, cool. All right, let me see here. Getting on, getting on. Want to make sure we talk about the addiction that actually would end up killing him. What do you think that is, Matt?
Is it nicotine? The tar?
Cigars.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yep,
Hmm.
the murder cigars. All right, I got a few. I got a few links here. This is Freud and his cigars from freud.org.uk. Uh, so, and this is from Evan J. Elkin. When Sigmund Freud's nephew Harry declined a cigar at age 17, his illustrious uncle started as if thunderstruck. He paused and then, weighing his words carefully, admonished Harry, "My boy, smoking is one of the greatest and cheapest enjoyments in life, and if you decide in advance not to smoke, I can only feel sorry for you." Now he's that uncle. For
Yeah.
Freud, the decision not to smoke was surprising, even illogical. Indeed, one can hardly think of Freud, father of psychoanalysis, without thinking of cigars. He was seldom photographed without a cigar in his hand, which is no surprise, since he typically smoked 20 per day. As he wrote, analyzed
Uh,
patients, and took his daily walks, he smoked continually. The memories of those that knew him are often recalled through the haze and aroma of cigar smoke. Raymond de Saussure, a psychoanalyst who was himself analyzed by Freud in the 1920s, reminisced that the smell of Freud's cigar wafting through the consulting room provided a special sensory connection to the therapist as the patient lay on the couch during a session. Freud sat behind his patients, completely hidden from view, an arrangement that is typical of the psychoanalytic situation even today, because it is thought to cultivate a regressed feeling and facilitate free association. You're not seeing the therapist's reactions. It's almost sort of like you're talking with yourself with another present.
because of the haze,
Oh,
general
I'm talking.
atmosphere, and
Yeah, but I'm talking
yeah.
about how the psychoanalyst sits behind you and you're not seeing them
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
respond. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So you're on the couch, and it's almost like you're a disembodied voice. You know somebody's listening to you, but you're not picking up cues from the therapist,
Yeah.
right?
Gotcha.
Like if you confess to having a fetish for anime pillows, your therapist
Yeah.
isn't rolling their eyes at you,
Or you're not picking
which
up on body language and all that stuff. Yeah.
absolutely it keeps
Gotcha.
kind of like a neutral slate. When you confess, I'm a podcaster, your therapist
Yeah.
is not scowling, right? It's yeah,
Yeah.
you hate yourself on your own terms, I think is what it's about. Um, yeah, in Freud as we knew him, edited by Hendrik Rutenbeck de Saussure, recalls, one was won over by the atmosphere of his office, a rather dark room which opened onto a courtyard. Light came not from the windows, but from the brilliance of that lucid, discerning mind. They really talk like this about him, like it was very, very culty to this day. I mean, worthy or not. Contact was established only by means of his voice and the odor of the cigars he ceaselessly smoked. Not everyone was so enamored. Freud's son Martin recalled watching his mother prepare the conference table for his father's famous weekly meetings. He would have a society would form around him after that major first book, and he would have his Wednesday meetings with his gang in Vienna. And then eventually the Swiss would show up, and that was the coterie that Jung was part of. She carefully placed an ashtray from his father's prized collection in front of each chair. He learned the reason behind all the ashtrays one evening when he returned home just as the meeting was concluding. Martin described the room as so thick with smoke it seemed a wonder that human beings had been able to live in it for hours, let alone speak in it without choking. But it was from the smoke filled atmosphere of these meetings that the field of psychoanalysis emerged. Okay, and we'll talk a little more about that group that forms in 1902. Here's Freud. Smoking, yeah, we already read that. I love that quote, though. And eventually, this was not just a habit, this was an addiction. He would,
Yeah.
he would try to stop. One of his serious father figures was a man named I think it's Fleece, who was like an some sort of a, well, we'll get into it, but he would even say to him, you got to stop smoking these things. He would get cankers, and eventually it would like catch up with him, and he'd have to have his whole ass jaw replaced. I mean, it
Oh, wow.
was, oh yeah.
I
And
mean,
even after that, he kept smoking. Yeah.
oh, 20. I mean, 20 a day. That's a lot.
Yeah. Too much. Too
Yeah.
much. Yeah. This is funny. I was talking to my significant other, and she ordered some paints, and I said, "Did you get your paints?" And she came back and said, "What pants? I ordered pants." I think she's making a Freudian joke there. Very clever. Freudian slips are everywhere, and we'll talk about it.
Mhm.
There's a lot. You once you start paying attention to them, once you start noticing, they happen all the time in writing and in speech. Very fun stuff. Okay, cool. Let's keep on keeping on. So I got to get the gay biography out again. Is there anything else about the cigars? Let's see. This is an exhaustive biography. I mean, it's like how many pages is this thing? 700 pages. Good God.
Wow. Yeah.
So when I say I don't read every single piece of material from A to Z, please don't judge me. I mean, it's just like there's only so much reading that can get done. Okay, so he's courting Martha Bernays, and we have to talk about that. His correspondence with Martha shows him in an accustomed role, that of romantic lover. He was fond and confidential, by turns impulsive, exigent, exalted, depressed, didactic, gossipy, dictatorial, and at rare moments repentant. Already an entertaining and energetic correspondent, maybe the cocaine, Freud now became prolific in a genre he had never practiced before: the love letter. Hectoring, inconsiderate in its frankness, unsparing with her feelings, and even more with his own, he filled his letters with circumstantial reports of conversations and candid vignettes of colleagues and friends. As he analyzed his feelings in his letters to Martha Bernays, so he analyzed her letters to him with an attention to minutiae worthy of a detective or a psychoanalyst. Some subtle detail, some suspect omission spoke to him of a bout of illness left unreported, or perhaps of her inclination for another man. But though his love letters are often aggressive and void of flattery, they rise on occasion to an affecting lyricism. These love letters indeed add up to a veritable autobiography of Freud in the early 1880s. He withheld very little from his fiancée. In addition to recording openly his feelings about his work, his often unsatisfactory associates, his unslaked ambitions, he poured out his longing for her. He was preoccupied with all the kisses he could not give her because she was so far away. In
Aw.
one letter, yeah, Freud the romantic. In one letter, he justified his addiction to cigars by her absence. Smoking is indispensable if one has nothing to kiss. In the fall of 18, so he's kissing his cigars. In the fall of 1885, during his stay in Paris, he clambered up one of the towers of Notre Dame and evoked his yearning by counting his way to the top. One climbs up 300 steps. It is very dark, very lonely. On every step, I could have given you a kiss if you had been with me, and you would have reached the top quite out of breath and wild. She responded to her beloved treasure less volubly, less imaginatively, less passionately, perhaps, but sweetly enough, sending him greetings and kindly kisses and in return. This relationship's important, so I'll read a little more. At times, seeking to mold her, Freud turned pedagogue. He would lecture her gently on the physician's need to keep his emotional distance from all patients, even from friends. I could well imagine how painful it was for you to hear how I sit by a sickbed in order to observe how I treat human suffering as an object. But, my girl, it can't be done any other way and must look different to me than to others. He added that there was one human being, only one, whose sickness would make him forget his objectivity. I don't need to name her to you, and therefore I want to have her well always. All right, fun. Okay. So he, has these fantasies about a marriage, and so that's what leads him to take on Brücke's advice. And 6 weeks after he committed himself to Martha Bernays, he joined the General Hospital in Vienna. So he is pursuing marriage. So he's putting down the mantle of the theoretical, philosophizing, psychiatric type, and just taking on practical medical work, because you have
So,
to have a position if you want to marry someone like Martha Bernays. Yeah.
okay. So she's got some status.
Um,
She's
yeah, she comes from a good family. I mean,
okay.
and she's distant, right? Let me go into her background a little bit. Um, I mean, I can't imagine that he would have, So here we go. Oh, and this is important. I'm glad you asked that, right? Bernays was the second daughter of Emmeline and Berman Bernays. Her paternal grandfather was a chief rabbi of Hamburg. She was
Okay.
raised in an observant Orthodox Jewish family. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So Martha told a cousin, yeah. So once they get married, she would tell a cousin not being allowed to light the Sabbath lights on the first Friday night after her marriage was one of the more upsetting experiences of her life.
Oh, so
Um,
was that because of Freud? It's like we're not
mhm.
doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, a little more about this because this is quite important. Um, she was slim, attractive, charming, intelligent, well educated. Um, so yeah, you can't. This isn't a cashier at. Nothing wrong with being a cashier, but I mean, you understand what
Yeah.
I'm saying. This isn't a like a peasant girl that he has an inappropriate attraction to. This is someone of status in his own class, maybe even a higher class than him.
Somebody worth going to get a real job for.
Correct. Yeah, a keeper, I believe we would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's a keeper. Um, Yeah. In July of 1884, he becomes senior second der Arzt, second doctor or something. He attained, after some setbacks, the coveted rank of Privatdozent. So it was a position that provided prestige but no salary. How do you
Oh,
set up how do you set up a house with a woman and start having children with said woman without a salary? You got to what do you earn, right? It provided no basis for marriage. Um, Not surprisingly, Freud found himself entertaining hostile fantasies, not excluding death wishes against colleagues standing in his way. Fuck that guy. That's right. Wherever in the world there is rank order and promotion, he later mused, the way for wishes requiring suppression lies open. And that's important for him. He's like, the darkness is right at the edge of town.
yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And it's this suppression that is the fertile ground for neuroses, which is
Okay.
what fundamentally the psychoanalyst is in at war against is neuroses. And where do these neuroses germinate? They germinate in suppression, and it's by talking through and processing the suppressed memories, feelings, forbidden wishes that we can heal.
Okay.
We'll get into cases at some point here. Woo! Art of Darkness. This is the show.
All
How are you
right.
feeling, Matt? Do you already regret your decision to
Good.
join us?
Absolutely not. No, I'm
Hmm.
excited. This is interesting.
Cool.
I like the
Well, yeah. Let me know when transference happens, when you're finally assured that you're the co-host of the show. Um, yeah, we got a really exciting year for everybody. I just got to take 30 seconds and
yeah.
get off the Freud train. You're gonna cover Vidal this summer.
Yeah.
Maybe behind the paywall, maybe not. Depends on the kind of guests we can get right away,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hmm. Yeah, if anybody has something
I'm
they're trying to promote, if you're a credible online internet person, we love hearing from people. Artofdarkpod@gmail.com. We do these dark room episodes. We're already going to do a Siggy Freud one here soon. Actually, Matt, we got to chat real quick about your schedule because I want to book this with my Venezuelan buddy who has the inside scoop
oh sure, yeah.
into what it's like to be the child of psychoanalysts. How do
Yeah.
you end up being like an actor and a bartender in New York? The son of apparently a well-known analyst. And you're just really excited to do Vidal.
I
Vidal's
am.
your guy.
He had
Yeah.
a yeah, and it's just an interesting life. It's all yeah, yeah. I'm trying to keep myself focused on what's in front of me, but I do find myself like, oh, that'd be a good anecdote for the
Hmm.
show. That'll make the episode, like all that stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
All right. So they would eventually marry. And let me make sure to cover that
So the
marriage.
hospital, gave him the status
Hmm.
to get married, but
Hmm.
no pay. That's
Right.
kind of a big
Yep.
sacrifice.
Well,
Yeah.
so what ends up happening is he starts a private practice specializing in nervous disorders. And in
Okay.
that year, he marries Martha Bernays.
Okay.
And he was an atheist. dismayed at the requirement in Austria for a Jewish religious ceremony, and briefly considered before dismissing the prospect of joining the Protestant confession to avoid one. They were married in a civil ceremony. And again, this is the granddaughter of a chief rabbi,
Yeah.
right? They were married on the 13th of September, and a religious ceremony took place the following day, with Freud having been hastily tutored in the Hebrew prayers. They would go on and have six children: Matilda, Jean Martin, Oliver, Ernst, Sophie, and Anna between 1887 and 1895. And in 1891 until 1938 and the Anschluss, when they had to flee Vienna, they lived at an apartment at Berggasse 19, near Innere Stadt. Berggasse 19. So the same apartment for a very, very long time.
But he's in Vienna for a long time. Like he's
Mhm.
Viennese. He didn't
He
move around. After that first move, he's just in Vienna until he has to leave.
correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. A little more here. This is just right out of the Wikipedia, just to get us going. Uh, in December of 1897, he was initiated into the German Jewish Cultural Association B'nai B'rith, to which he remained linked all his life. He gave a speech on the interpretation of dreams to an enthusiastic reception, anticipating the first major book, one of the first major books, which we're going to talk about. In 1896, Minna Bernays, Martha Freud's sister, became a permanent member of the Freud household after the death of her fiancé. A paper published in 1969 by John M. Belinsky contained the transcript of a conversation he had with Carl Jung, your guy, in 1957, in which Jung confided that Minna herself had told him about her affair with Freud.
Yeah. I ran across
Ooh.
that interview. The 57 interview has come up.
Mm,
Those are real rumors, and I guess there's speculation as to why Young came out and said it.
mm,
It's almost like everybody have heard the rumors, and no one's sure how true it is.
mm,
And Young at that point was pretty old, so it's like, is he being passive aggressive still, or is he just kind of old enough and just saying whatever comes in his mind? Or
mm,
yeah, but I was gonna say I had heard those rumors because his sister was just a part of the household for
mm,
a
mm,
long while.
mm, mm.
Who
That would be
knows? Yeah.
very Old Testament. Sister's
Hmm.
husband dies, comes into the house.
Yeah.
Um, Apparently, there was a Swiss hotel guest book entry from August of 1898, signed by Freud while traveling with his sister-in-law, and that's apparently evidence of the affair. But sounds like we don't know. Um,
Yeah.
Now, there's a little bit more about the smoking. So he began smoking tobacco at 24, started with cigarettes, became a cigar smoker. Cigarettes, the gateway drug. He believed it increased his capacity to work, and he believed he could moderate it. He would receive health warnings from Wilhelm Fliess, and he remained a smoker, eventually developing buccal cancer, so like cancer of the tongue. And here's what he said. Freud suggested, I want to hear what you think about this, Matt. This is really important. I want to hear your unique, wholly credible insights into this from, I just want to know what you think. Freud suggested to Fliess in 1897 that addictions, including that to tobacco, were substitutes for masturbation, the one great habit. What do you think about that?
I mean, doesn't it seem like that could be just another addiction? I don't know if it's a substitute or just another category of addiction. If that Does that make sense? Why separate them and
Hmm.
put them,
Sure. Yeah. So I'm not gonna jerk off. So instead, I'm gonna suck a cigar 20 times a day.
or I'm going to do, or if you're trying to wean yourself off of doing a cigar, you give yourself another. In theory, if you're trying to get better, you do a healthier habit. I'm going to jog instead of drink. So you just swap out. Isn't that what you do? You just swap out addictions, and ideally you're healthier, right?
Sure.
Or they get worse. right. There's a history. It mentioned like the cocaine was supposed to wean people off of morphine, and didn't they develop heroin to get people off of it's morphine as well? So
Mhm.
sometimes things become worse addictions, and you swap them out. But to answer your
Yeah,
question, to me, that seems like we're just swapping swapping things around. If you feel ashamed about the one, maybe smoking is more socially acceptable. You can do that in public, right? So,
true. That is true. Yeah,
so you
that
can
that does make you can't do that in if you do that too much in public,
they'll
you
haul you away.
they'll haul you
You can
away
smoke in
for
public
sure. That's
still
true.
for
So you're
now.
sublimating
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
impulses.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just think it's very funny to call masturbation the one great addiction.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. And that's Freud said that.
yeah,
That was the
yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so funny.
Okay.
You mentioned Freud to certain people, and the first thing they say is it's all projection. He's just telling us about himself all the time, and it's like, no, but he actually did help some people, and the
Yeah.
methods did help a lot of people. You know, um,
You
they
don't want to
work.
write him off because of that, but you can see where the projection stuff comes from, right? I mean, if everything, childhood sexual whatnot trauma or the idealization of sexuality begins in childhood and swapping out, or everybody is in love with their mother and jealous of their father. But then you realize his mother was very young and his father was old. So the objection of like, that may just be your specific case and not everybody. You see where it comes from.
Absolutely. And there's
Yeah.
this element of like just really, really overcompensating the idea that this is a science. It's a science. This is objective. This is objective. It's sort of almost like uh, I think the lady does protest too much. You know, you're insisting on this being objective and universal, and meanwhile, you're analyzing a certain segment of society. You're coming out of it with your own experiences. It's like, if you want to be disdainful of it, you call it Freudianism, right? You don't really call it
Mhm.
So there's this a lot of contrast and a lot of contradiction in the work of Freud.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and people, when you bring it up, Americans will just immediately reject it because they just don't want to. It's very uncomfortable.
Hmm. Yeah. I don't think it's worth, you can't throw it all out.
No.
Yeah. But it's an interesting. I when Vidal called him the Viennese novelist, I think it's an acknowledgement that there's a lot there's something novelistic in the way you present your findings, especially in psychology when you're publishing case studies. You have to make your subjects anonymous. And so how you
Yes.
go about not just replacing names, maybe switching genders, you're making it so no one can figure out who you're talking about, and that
Yes.
itself is a novelistic um,
Hmm.
style
Hmm.
or not conceit. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
novelistic in nature to do something like that, to disguise the truth and tell it in story form. So
Absolutely.
you're using objective methodology to something that is inherently subjective. And it's still worth doing because a lot of interesting stuff comes out of that, but it's not as objective as building a bridge or mining or whatever, like hard sciences you can do with where things are just objective. You do this and this with this chemical, you get that.
Right. Yeah. The idea of calling him a novelist is very funny.
Right. Yeah. It's
Yeah. And it's sort of, there's this weird LARP um, at science. And it's just so tricky because it's one man on the couch. And even his own self analysis is like, why precisely did it have to go this way? Could have gone lots of different ways,
yeah.
but it's all very mysterious. Very important figure though. Um, cool. All right, let's push forward in the biography. Boy, how fun is it to get to do Art of Darkness? I love this. I love getting to do this show. It's such a gift. Keeps your brain kind of, you know, you're always sort of thinking about the next thing. I
Keeps the
think I'm
mind
doing.
limber.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and we have fun as we learn, as nerdy as it sounds, right? I got to talk about this fellow Wilhelm Fliess, who comes up a lot in Freud's life, and then we're going to talk about a little bit about the couch. We're getting up to the 1890s here. So let's see here. This is from, I guess it's just some news site. It's called Freud's Friend Fliess. We love some alliteration, don't we, folks? By a fellow named John Riddington Young. Wilhelm Fliess, a Berlin rhinologist, so a doctor of the nose, was for many years Sigmund Freud's closest friend and confidant. He was born in Poland in 1858. In 1887, he visited Vienna for postgraduate studies and met the famous psychoanalyst Freud. They were immediate friends, perhaps because of their common belief in the importance of sex in the cause of disease. Freud believed sexual repression gave rise to mental illness, and Fliess had a similar idea about nasal pathology. Love it. We got a real wacky cast of characters here on this episode. Yeah.
It's also my thing, my obsession explains the whole world,
Right.
like,
Right. I'm obsessed with noses.
yeah.
Fliess's book, The Flow of Life, had three basic theories. Firstly, that the nose and sexual function are inextricable. Secondly, that all animal life, including humans, are bisexual. And thirdly, that all animals have innate periodicity. He postulated a male 23-day menstrual cycle, and just as the female 28-day cycle is controlled by the ovaries, he centered the male period specifically on the nasal turbinate. Our cycle lives in the nose.
Okay.
The nose knows. Okay. Yeah.
I had a bloody nose the other day. And I thought it was because of the dry Colorado weather, but turns out
you have been a little moody on
this
the
is my time of the month. Yeah.
I do love this wacky period in the night when the 19th century is turning over into the 20th century and the Great War hasn't happened yet, and there's all this just wacky stuff percolating.
And you could theorize. You could be a academic and just have your, nasal history explains the world and
yeah,
be buddies with Young, hang out.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm the nose guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. 23 days. Okay. There's also MJ's number. Very interesting.
That's right. I'm gonna start charting my nose.
Your cycle?
We'll see.
Okay.
I'll chart
good. Okay, yeah. Right. Keep yeah. The rhythm cycle for the nose, or the rhythm method for the nose. Freud asked Fliess to undertake nasal surgery on some of his psychological patients. Fliess had three important nasal treatments for this type of case. Minor problems could be dealt with by the simple expedient of painting the inferior turbinate with cocaine paste. Intermediate cases were treated by cauterization, and serious masturbators were subjected to turbinectomy. So we are operating on the nose. A turbinectomy to me is a surgical procedure to remove part or all of the enlarged nasal turbinates. So we're in some wacky speculative science here. And on the After Dark with the cocaine business, like he nearly killed a friend of his with cocaine. Like he got
him with.
Well,
so
he got
much.
a friend. He got a friend hooked on cocaine. Freud was convinced cocaine not addictive. No. And he got a friend. Like I think he will. Again, like I said, we'll talk about it. But I think he got a friend off morphine with cocaine, and the friend nearly killed himself with cocaine.
Oh, okay.
It's one of those situations where the cure is worse than the disease. All right. Freud himself was a well-known hypochondriac, and in early February 1895, he traveled from Vienna to Berlin to undergo nasal cautery by Fliess. He felt so much better, particularly with respect to his angina, that he decided to send a female patient in to Fliess. What is angina? It's a chest pain or discomfort. Yeah, from the heart muscle not getting enough oxygen-rich blood. I'm sure that has nothing to do with the cocaine you're ripping. Right, and then you
or
probably
the 20 cigars a day. Good for your heart either.
Where it's that hot dog gif. We're trying to find the guy who did this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least he's taking long walks, A little more here. Her exact complaints are not clearly recorded, although it has been suggested that she suffered from menstrual problems. In Freud's copy of Fliess's book, The Causal Connection Between the Nose and the Sexual Organs, there is a marked passage that reads, women who masturbate are generally dysmenorial. They can finally be cured by an operation on the nose if they truly give up this bad practice. So they're masturbating, and I think that's affecting painful menstrual cramps are caused by masturbation, and they can be cured by an operation on the nose if they truly give up the bad practice of flicking the bean.
Huh.
Science.
That's and this is Freud's like buddy,
Yeah, this is
mentor.
a
Would you
very
like
important
his
mentor
colleague?
buddy of
Yeah,
his.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
We love a good
It's
quack
interesting.
on Art of
Yeah.
Dark. Yeah.
Well,
Hmm.
well, yeah.
Hey, I mean,
Was he a
I just
quack, or have we lost some very
it
important scientific knowledge?
that remains to be seen. If anybody wants to write in or join the Discord and make the case for Wilhelm Fliess, the nose guy, would love to hear it. I mean, one of our most famous characters on Art of Darkness is, of course, the Toe Ghost, which came up on I think it was the episode of the guy who wrote Conan the Barbarian. But if you know about it, for the old timers on the show, if you know about, sometimes you got to operate, sometimes you got to amputate to get rid of the toe ghosts. So this guy is sort of like thinks the nose is connected to the junk. I think is like the
Yeah.
fundamental thing.
Yeah.
Everywhere he goes, every nose he sees, this guy's thinking about fucking.
It's an interesting last name too, for a guy who may or may not be a charlatan. Fleece.
Fleece. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Fliess. All right, so let's go. So he performed. Fleece examined her nose, spotted a suspicious area on her right inferior turbinate, and performed a turbinectomy and sent Emma back to Vienna by train. Things then went disastrously wrong, and she very nearly died. 2 weeks later, she developed osteomyelitis on the maxillae, swelling, fetid odor, and bleeding. Freud's Austrian pal took her to the theater where he removed a stinking ribbon gauze pack and staunched a torrential hemorrhage. It was you a few weeks ago when you were having your period
Yeah.
or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a Colorado period. Poor Freud fainted and had to be revived with cognac. So usually for me, it's the other way around. I have the cognac and then I faint. Yeah. That's why I don't drink. Emma was more stoical. Emma was more stoical and made a jibe about the weaker sex. She survived after a long and stormy post-operative period during which ligation of the carotid was considered, but had a hideous facial deformity over the right cheek. Amazingly, a year later, Freud wrote to Fliess that he thought that she bled out of longing for him. This eccentric rhinologist, however, is thought to have exerted a profound influence on Freud's conception of human development, which is often undervalued. So Fliess is important. And again, Freud would develop a much more credible, practice and theory than this. I mean, he wasn't cutting people open and causing,
Yeah.
this kind of problem. I'm gonna look up a little more about Wilhelm Fliess because I think it's
Okay.
quite interesting. He
She
practiced in
bled out of longing for me is really funny to me. Like,
That's right.
uh,
That's right, dude.
uh,
You never had a woman get a nosebleed because of you?
no, no, but I'm
Yeah.
not a doctor.
Well, you're
So,
you're happily married.
yeah, well,
Yeah,
exactly.
sure. To a Jungian,
To a Jungian who doesn't get
yeah,
nosebleeds for me.
right.
Hmm,
It's
interesting.
tough. This is funny. His Wikipedia. He developed a pseudoscientific theory of human biorhythms. He's today best remembered for his close friendship with Sigmund Freud. He had some idiosyncratic theories. They started hanging out. They were boys. They had a strong friendship. Freud described Fliess as the Kepler of biology, and repeatedly allowed fleece to operate on his nose and sinuses to cure his neurosis. And also experimented with anesthetization of the nasal mucosa with cocaine. Hey, I'm coming to Berlin. You're going to shove cocaine up my nose.
For
Listen,
science. Yeah.
boys being boy dudes rock. Let's be
Yeah.
real here.
They're just having fun.
You got to find one who understands you like Fleece Freud understood Freud. Um, so yeah, fascinating stuff. He remained close friends to Freud. With Freud, he predicted Freud would die at age of 51 through his complicated bionumerological theories, critical period calculations. Ooh, I need a theremin. Um, and eventually, their friendship would break up in 1904 due to Fleece's belief that Freud had given details about the bisexual theory Fleece was developing to Otto Weininger for his book Sex and Character. These guys were at this period, these guys flying at this level, they were very jealous of one another. Like if one had an idea and the other, and like 6 months went by and that idea showed up in a paper without attribution, that would start a war. Their correspondence would stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'd stop shoving cocaine up each other's noses.
Yeah. They're very territorial. Yeah.
They had to be.
Like,
I mean, because they were batting ideas around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your livelihood. That's come up in my young stuff too. Just, yeah. Yeah. Proprietorial about your ideas and what's publishable and all that. Wow.
Freud ordered that his correspondence with Fleece be destroyed, and we only have it today because Marie Bonaparte purchased his letters to Fleece and would not allow them to be destroyed. So
cool.
That's the only reason we sort of have these letters. Medical science has given a highly negative verdict to Fleece's theories. The nasogenital theory was briefly quite popular in the late 19th century among medical circles, but within a decade disappeared from the medical literature. I'm getting all these doctors like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed.
I was into the nasal stuff there for a bit in the 90s.
This also corresponded with the rise of cocaine use among medical professionals. These perhaps related, perhaps not coincidentally, the medical profession in Europe, became
somewhat
obsessed with the nose.
Freudian nasal cocaine connection.
I have often thought, and we're going to continue doing Art of Darkness for a very, very good long time. But I've often thought a podcast about pseudoscientific stuff would be so fun and so fascinating. Probably have an audience. It's sort of true crime adjacent. It's like these people got away with this. They did what? Carving up women's noses?
Nasal turbine removal. Yeah.
I just love the idea of Freud on the train getting ready to go have his buddy shove cocaine up his nose. We're all bisexual.
And then like it goes wrong and the lady's nasal turbine removal caused her to bleed profusely. And you chalk it up to she was longing for me. It's funny.
Amazing. And there, of course, this is a different time in terms of like the way they think about women and women's autonomy and sort of women are not like really people the way that men are, which, it's a very self-centered, she's got this like rotting nose. They're going to the opera. It's the more I think about it, the more coked up it all sounds, doesn't it? I mean, it's funny too, because you tune into the BBC documentary and it's very, pianos, even there shouldn't be a piano. He ordered his family to be rid of the piano, but there's tinkling piano and it's very genteel, but he's wandering around Vienna all coked up and they're carving up women's faces and shoving cocaine up each other's. It's kind of a little rock and roll. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Have like Led Zeppelin, for the next Freud documentary. That's what we're doing right now on Art of Darkness. I got to drink a little bit of water here. We're going to get into one of the major case studies here, the study of Anna O. that he did with Josef Breuer. Nailed it. Somebody once wrote, Kevin, stop trying to roll your R's on the pod. Stop trying to pronounce German. It's embarrassing. I'm like, I don't care.
You
It's
know
Ray.
German though. That's
Yeah,
your
ein
yeah.
bisschen.
Okay.
Yeah, I know a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
Yeah, ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen. My children are all going to go to the German immersion school. I'm German. I'm German. We're Germans from
Yeah.
Russia on the one side. So the rich, storied history. And I grew up around some German. My great aunt and great uncle helped raise me, and they spoke a dialect of German around the house. When they wanted to talk behind our backs, they would, speak a little bit of German. So I heard it growing up.
You're allowed to roll your R's then.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dankeschön, as they say. So is this the most famous couch in the world? I'm reading from the BBC, the Beeb. How this couch changed everything. I'm sitting, if you watch on YouTube, I'm sitting in front of the second most famous. That's actually a day bed back there. But this is what they say about his couch. Susanna Stevens. And Matt, if you've never looked up the couch, you should look it up. It's actually quite something. There's something
I saw your
sort of
post on it. That's the couch.
yeah, that's the
Yeah.
couch.
Okay.
There's something sort of ceremonial and womb-like and
Looks
very.
cozy.
It does
Yeah.
look cozy, dude. I could.
Yeah.
After I'm done here, I might have to just lie down, And you could see the chair right behind it, right where he would sit. All
Yeah.
right. Okay. So this is Susanna Stevens writing for the BBC News magazine. You lie back and stretch out, close your eyes, or look straight up at a white ceiling. Behind you, but out of sight, a small owlish gentleman with a thick Central European accent asks you questions about your parents. And there's a couch. For many people, this is the first image that comes to mind when they think of psychiatry. Think Ben Stiller's sinister therapist in There's Something About Mary, or the early therapy sessions in Good Will Hunting. The term psychiatrist's couch has become synonymous with the treatment given by any therapist. There's the black leather one in Annie Hall. Woody Allen's Alvy Singer lies on the couch. The New Yorker's cartoonists have imagined Freudian couches in various amusing situations. So, the first psychoanalyst couch was a Victorian daybed reportedly given as a gift to Austrian neurologist Sigmund Freud by a grateful female patient, Madame Benvenisti, in around 1890. It is sturdy and solid, draped in a multicolored, rich Iranian rug and scattered with well-worn cushions. It's a piece of furniture that you more readily associate with poorly Victorian women like Florence Nightingale or Elizabeth Barrett Browning, says Freud Museum curator Ivan Ward. And to the Londoners out there, and I know there's more than a few of you, of course, Abby just did a year on the pod, go to the Freud Museum. It's a very simple, it's in Hampstead, I believe. Very simple day trip. It's up by Abbey Road. It's up that way. You have a very walkable city with excellent public transportation. Go to the Freud Museum. The idea that a cured patient gave it to him was like his patient saying, I'm better. I don't need this anymore. And the idea of the psychoanalyst's couch really took off. You can even see Freudian references in American films as early as the late 30s. The term on the couch became accepted as a symbol representing what psychiatrists do. And Freud had used the couch in his medical practice before the days of psychotherapy. He had experimented with everything from electrotherapy to massage and therapeutic baths, eventually abandoning those techniques because there was little evidence of success in his patients. It wasn't until his idea of free association took hold within Freud's theories of psychoanalysis that the couch really came into its own. Freud believed that this technique, asking a patient to lie down without making eye contact to say whatever readily came to mind, could provide new insights for the psychoanalyst. The couch helped create an environment that was clinical yet intimate, allowing a patient to freely explore ideas that could build a picture for a psychoanalyst to work with. The one rule of psychoanalysis was that the patient should say anything that came to mind. It's like private discourse, but there's someone else there listening. All right. Freud experimented by putting his chair in different positions, but is supposed to have eventually moved his chair behind the couch after one encounter where a female patient lying on the couch and facing him had attempted to seduce him.
Oh.
Recurring theme there. Getting at the business of transference. She was looking longingly at my nose, He's also reported to have said that he did not like to be stared at for 9 hours a day. So it's interesting because it's almost as much about the therapist as it is the patient. And I can imagine that would be exhausting.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, Cocaine chills him out, and he doesn't like eye contact.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So the couch kind of did originate with him.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah,
yeah.
he created it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. All right. So there you go. And so you can, I believe, you can go and see the couch, at that museum. So there you go. Fun. Now we're gonna get into. We're coming up to the end of the uh, that century. Oh my God, I've got so much here. I'm gonna have to like blast through some stuff here, else we're never gonna get through this. So he would collaborate with a fellow named Josef Breuer, who we've talked about, and they would write something called Studies on Hysteria. Okay, and Josef Breuer is a physician, and a colleague of Freud's, and Anna O, or Bertha Pappenheim, was his patient, and it was Josef Breuer who, with Freud, developed what they called the cathartic method, also known as the talking cure. Okay, and Breuer was another Viennese Jew, and I want to talk about the case of Anna O. If you start studying psychoanalysis, Anna O comes up almost immediately. It's very important. So I'm going to read from psychologistworld.com. Oh, they want me to be a member. Let me see if I can get at it without. See if I can get it from behind the paywall here. Hang on one second. Um, Matt, have you ever? I don't want to be too personal. I mean, you're married to a therapist. What's your relationship to the practice? What, without lifting the skirt too much? What's your relationship to therapy conceptually? I mean, do you give us some inside scoop? What's that like?
I've actually never done it.
Hmm.
Yeah. I've
Yeah.
my wife, apparently they don't do the couch situation anymore. When we first
Hmm.
started dating, I made some couch jokes and she's like, "Yeah, we don't, they face each other." There's a couch or a chair in her office and she's got her own chair and they look at each other and
Hmm.
so
I, I suspect there must still be some pure psychoanalysts who do it that way.
I would
Yeah.
imagine you can still do it that way, but it's maybe more a matter of choice or taste or whatever. It's not,
Sure.
I gather it's not standard
Hmm,
anymore,
interesting. Okay. All right.
at least in
Well,
America.
as you continue to do Art of Darkness, let us know when you finally break and need
Start needing
therapy.
it. Sure.
Yeah, and
Yeah. And
start. Yeah.
I
Mhm.
imagine there'll be signs. You should be able to tell. Uh,
Yeah. I think you hear it in the voice. There'll be
yeah.
a certain edge to the voice.
Eye twitch,
Right.
nosebleeds,
Right.
all
When you
this
get a
stuff.
nosebleed on the show for the first
Yeah.
time,
In
it's going to be
23
momentous.
days, be like, hey, son of a gun.
Right. We listen, we can't take a podcast to completion. Matt is on his cycle. Dude, pseudoscience is so funny. It's just so kooky. And in 50 years they're going to be like, these people were crazy. And
Right? Yeah. We call it pseudo. I mean,
yeah,
I
right.
wonder how much of it is just what sticks, right? Like it's
Mm,
this same, they don't know at the time this is bunk. It's all
hmm.
pseudoscience.
Yeah.
But then, Freud's Jung, Adler, those people wind up staying, and all their buddies are like, wait a sec.
Yep, that's right. Well, so I found a different article. So this is from Simply Psychology. So this is very sort of elementary language, but we need to know about the case of Anna O. So marked a turning point for Freud. It influenced the future direction of psychoanalysis. Anna O was a highly intelligent and intuitive woman who fell ill during her father's final illness and after his death. She sought treatment for various symptoms, including visual disturbances, hallucinations, partial paralysis, and speech problems. Her doctor and Freud's teacher, Josef Breuer, diagnosed her with hysteria, in which the patient exhibits physical symptoms, paralysis, convulsions, hallucinations, loss of speech, without an apparent physical cause. So they're exploring this idea that the mind, the brain, can create physical symptoms,
Yeah.
right? Which seems to track, right? I mean, if
Yeah.
you're Yeah, if you're hallucinating, and everything's okay with you physically, okay, we got to figure out how to deal with this. We're not going to cut your head open and poke around in your brain. What are we going to do? We got to do something. Okay. So Breuer succeeded in treating Anna, in December 1880 to 1882, June 1882, by helping her to recall forgotten memories of traumatic events. And this process would later develop into, psychoanalysis, the talking cure. His treatment of Anna O developed through three stages. Initially, he noticed that she could relieve her distress by allowing, so this is the doctor could relieve Anna's distress by allowing her to talk freely about whatever came into her mind, which he called chimney sweeping or her talking cure. At first, she would only speak in fairy tales, making up stories about her thoughts and feelings. This is considered the term's origin for all later forms of psychotherapy and counseling. Talking cure. In the second stage, he hypnotized Anna O every morning to help her remember some painful emotions she experienced when her father died. In the final stage, she spoke freely about the various occurrences that had triggered each of her hysterical symptoms during the previous year. As she did so, the relevant symptoms would disappear. And it's interesting because it does have the quality of a parlor trick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's something to it. If you've never had, done talk therapy when you're working through something, it's like you're discovering your own mind. And for people who maybe don't have the strongest will or who have gone through extremely traumatic events and maybe their inner monologue is fuzzy, they can't really hear their own thoughts. There's something to be said about bouncing it off someone else.
Yeah. Or just getting that stuff loose so you can let it out. It's I heard a Jungian psychologist actually said a lot of Jungians don't give Freud enough credit for their kind of popularizing the concept of the libido as life force, not just sexuality. But a healthy person will have a flowing libido and life force, and recognize Freud recognizing that it can get gummed up, right? And so, yeah, talking it out, recognizing that it exists and you got to deal with it kind of unclogs things. And yeah,
I'm all backed up.
I mean, yeah,
You know what I
basically,
mean?
yeah, right.
Yeah,
Like,
you can get all backed
yeah,
up. I mean,
yeah,
there are two interesting things I always say: sex and death. You have to contest from them both.
mhm,
I mean, you do.
yeah,
Even if you're going to be a Volcel or whatever it is, you're going to be a priest or a monk and
yeah.
abstain. I mean, it's still there.
Your
It's part
instincts
of
are
our.
still there. Yeah, you
That's
can't
right. Yeah,
ignore it. Yeah.
which Freud would call the drives. Right.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. A little more about Anna O. This is considered the beginning of psychoanalysis. So it's actually Freud, or it's actually Breuer who kind of kicks it off, right? He found that her symptoms seemed lessened when she was encouraged to talk freely about her experiences and feelings. I wonder how much of the popularity of true crime is about this cathartic thing, especially for women. Women love true crime.
Yeah.
I wonder what Freud would say about that. Probably a lot.
Yeah.
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 I like to think of our podcast as a kind of, we're true crime. All art is crime.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
I like
Well, I mean,
that.
Fleece? What Fleece did to that woman? That's crime.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, if you,
Basically. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's a kind of weird sadomasochistic ritual. I mean, we're going to carve
Yeah.
up this woman's nose, and a couple weeks later, she's bleeding, and Freud's like, she loved me.
Hmm. Yeah.
Ah, God. I mean, it's if you took away their lab coats and their stethoscopes, you'd go, these guys are nuts.
Hmm. Yeah.
But it's under this pall of respectability, and the woman's volunteering for it. So, it's
Exactly.
very interesting, strange days in Vienna and Berlin. Hmm.
Oh, I was just thinking about the true crime thing. I think a lot of that is just vicarious, living vicariously through, you know, something scary or something.
People like to be afraid. I think there's also like a survival strategy involved. I mean, women have to approach the world, especially younger women who are and just women they have to approach the world as a different in a different way than men. Obviously, speaking generally and broadly. So I think there's some element of like, well, I'm not just learning about serial killers. I'm learning how to avoid serial killers,
Well,
right?
exactly,
I
like a
like yeah,
survival by, yeah,
yeah, hmm
yeah.
yeah. Interesting. I don't know, women. all of our women listeners, chime in. What is the obsession with true crime? I'd love to hear it. I'd love to see you in the Discord. Um, I'd love to see you in the Discord and hear your thoughts about what that is. Genuinely,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it's interesting. And why are you listening to Art of Darkness?
Oh, that's another good question.
It's,
Yeah.
it's a really good question. Yeah, think about it.
I'm sure men
Um,
have vicarious things too, be it
oh, sure.
weightlifting or sports or whatever, you know.
Yeah, sports
Or
is like war simulation.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Huh. Fun. Okay. Let's see here. So she would not express her anxiety about her illness, but did express it later during psychoanalysis. Her illness is, it became apparent that she feared to drink when a dog she hated drank from her glass. And she had other symptoms originated when she was caring for her sick father. As soon as she had the opportunity to make these unconscious thoughts conscious, her paralysis disappeared. So, more here because this is so important. Breuer discussed the case with his friend Freud. These discussions revealed the germ of an idea that Freud would pursue for the rest of his life. It's important to note that Freud never actually treated her himself, but her case influenced his work. He believed that her symptoms were the result of repressed memories and traumas, a theory that formed the basis of psychoanalysis. There's a case in the Gay book, which I'm just going to summarize ad hoc here in the interest of time, but he was at some sort of spa or something, and there was a young woman there who was having symptoms, hysterical symptoms, and he treated her very abruptly at the spa in kind of an ad hoc way. And very quickly he revealed, or she revealed to him, that she had been effectively molested by her uncle when she was 14. And by the time it was done, he said that she felt better and was sort of quote unquote cured. So here are these people coming out of a repressive Victorian period, and Freud and company are giving permission to express these forbidden, dark family secrets, dark desires, desire for the mother, desire for the father, desire for siblings, the incest taboo, all of this stuff, and it's this Breuer approach to dealing with it. It's a 1-2 punch where not only are you helping these people, apparently through the cathartic method or the talk method, now Freud starts to get insights into human nature and psychology by treating multiple people. So he has a practice that ends up becoming quite lucrative and makes him very, very, very famous. The practice is edifying his theoretical and almost philosophical, call it psychological, writings about human nature,
Yeah.
because you start seeing the repeated pattern.
Yeah.
Is that, you with me?
Oh yeah. No, I mean it's novelistic in a sense. In the yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, reading Freudian case studies is fascinating. So they co-authored a book, Studies on Hysteria, in which they discussed Anna O's case in detail. Freud proposed that physical symptoms are often the surface manifestations of deeply repressed conflicts. Freud was not just advancing an explanation of a particular illness. Implicitly, he was proposing a revolutionary new theory of the human psyche itself. He believed that Anna O's symptoms, which included hallucinations, partial paralysis, speech problems, resulted from repressed memories and traumas. Yeah. Anna's case was also introduced the concept of transference, where patients' feelings for a significant person in their life are redirected onto the therapist. We'll talk a little more about transference and a few of the other core Freudian concepts. Freud criticized Breuer for ignoring Anna's obvious sexual feelings toward her physician. Breuer seems to have been drawn into a folie à deux, accepting her behavior and her self-prescribed cures at face value and discounting the effect of his intense interest in her performance. Freud claimed that her heartbreak over her father's death was actually because of an Electra complex, which is the female version of the Oedipus complex, incestuous sexual fantasies she had toward her father. And of course, this is echoed in Eyes Wide Shut with the sequence where the woman has a husband who's going to go and be a professor at the University of Michigan. Dr. Bill goes to preside over her father's deathbed, and then she throws herself at at Dr. Bill, right? It's a very on the nose, as it were, nod to this sort of transference and repressed stuff. Man, I got to rewatch Eyes Wide Shut. I always have to do. She at one point she became, according to Freud, Breuer had told him of an episode later in the treatment where he had fled her home after finding his patient in the throes of hysterical and false childbirth. She had become convinced she was pregnant with Breuer's child. So Freud's looking at that and going, something's going on here. And that would become transference. I think I'll cover transference next. So let's talk about what happens to Anna O, because she's very important. Despite the initial belief that Bertha, Anna, had been cured through the talking cure, records indicate that she became progressively worse and was eventually institutionalized. However, she eventually recovered from her illness and made significant contributions to social work in Germany. In 1954, Germany issued a postal stamp bearing her image in recognition of her many accomplishments. So there you go. Yeah. Hey, I'd love a postage. Listen, I'd love a postage stamp. That's pretty good. We'll come to transference when we come to it. Let me see, where does that happen? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, I've got so many notes. This is going to go 4 hours. I'm going to give myself another hour and a half, and then we'll go into the after dark. There's so much to cover. I've got so many of his ideas. It feels like, as much as almost anybody we've covered, Freud is a man of letters and a man of like ideas. So if we're a little scant on like, well, and then his wife did this, and then this child was born. If we're a little scant on that, it's because his life was his work. I mean, literally. I mean, again, if you're watching on YouTube, this doorstopper is called his basic works, and this is not like a novel. This is turgid stuff. I mean, where you just open it up to the interpretation of dreams, and it's just him for pages and pages, para after para, long paragraphs, just talking about one moment in one dream that he had. Nobody was more interesting to Freud than Freud. Freud was very interested in Freud, in a very brave way. Not necessarily, I think, in a narcissistic way. You know, I mean, he had good reason to be curious about his own mind. Cool. Okay, so let's see here. So the couch, case studies in hysteria, Anna. So he developed this thing called seduction theory in the mid 1890s, linking neuroses in childhood to sexual abuse. And then he would revise the theory in 1897 to be more general and speak to everyone's unconscious fantasies and infantile sexuality. And I could see how that that development could occur, because initially he would only be treating people who like needed it, right? Like you're not coming to the doctor if everything's going great. And so I assume or suppose many of those cases would have had some trauma, but then eventually he broadened it to sort of be about everybody. Everybody has some sort of like sexual trauma. Everybody has some sort of repressed sexual feelings. That's sort of his case. Yeah. That's what he believes anyway. You don't have to agree,
and then your practice comes along or starts making money, and more people come in who maybe aren't the most traumatized of the traumatized, and you got to widen your, widen
clientele. Your theory and make it apply to the whole of humanity. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I actually found that case. I've got that note here, and I want to read this because this is just a good example of kind of how he approaches all of this. So I'm back in the biography. Freud had still another lesson in store for him, one that would preoccupy him throughout his career. In a charming vignette recording a kind of single-session analysis, he described the case of Katharina, an 18-year-old country girl who had served him at an Austrian mountain inn. Ach Gott, Gemütlichkeit there. Not long ago, he informed Fleece, I was consulted by the innkeeper's daughter on the racks. It was a beautiful case for me. Having noticed that Freud was a physician, Katharina ventured to confide to him her nervous symptoms, shortness of breath, dizziness, a frightful choking feeling, and to ask his advice. Freud, on holiday, eager to escape his neurasthenics and find refreshment in a climbing excursion on the racks, must be like maybe an alpine mountain, instead found himself back practicing his profession. Neuroses seemed to crop up everywhere. Resigned and intrigued, Freud led his patient through a straightforward interview. She disclosed that when she was 14, an uncle had made several coarse but unsuccessful attempts to seduce her, and that about 2 years later, she had seen him lying on top of a girl cousin. That get the wood chipper. That is when her symptoms had begun. An innocent and inexperienced girl at 14, she'd found her uncle's attentions most unwelcome. Well, no shit. But it was only when she had seen him on top of her cousin that she had connected them with intercourse. The memory disgusted her and had generated an anxiety neurosis compounded by hysteria. Her artless recital helped to discharge her feelings. Her moody manner gave way to sparkling, healthy liveliness, and Freud hoped that she would derive some lasting benefit from this conversation. I have not seen her again. So there you go. So that's the sort of stuff that he believes. These are the germs of what would become this, major psychoanalytic movement. Whew. All right. In 1896, his own father starts to pass away. In the spring and summer of 1896, his father was dying, and this was far more absorbing for Freud than his neurological chores, even more absorbing than the neuroses. My old father, 81 years old, he informed Fleece, is in Baden, a resort half an hour from Vienna, in the wobbliest condition, with heart failures, paralysis of the bladder, and the like. All of Freud's summer plans, including a meeting with Fleece, were thrown into doubt. I really believe, he wrote 2 weeks later, that these are his final days. He longed to meet Fleece and, once again, live with head and heart together. He's got a real bromance with Fleece, but did not dare leave the neighborhood. His father's impending death moved Freud, but did not depress him. I don't begrudge him the well-earned rest, as he himself wishes it. He was, Freud added, using the mournful past tense while Jakob Freud was still breathing, an interesting human being, inwardly very happy, and now is going with decency and dignity. August saw some temporary remission, a last flickering of the embers, and Freud could take time out for a brief holiday. But on October 23rd, Jakob Freud died, bearing himself valiantly to the end, as he was, in general, a far from common human being. This was no time for sober critical appraisals. The man who had picked up his cap from the gutter and had failed to make a good living in Vienna was affectionately forgotten. For a time, Freud was only proud of his father. But the inevitable reaction set in. He found it difficult even to write letters. Through some of those dark paths behind the official consciousness, he's writing to Fleece again. Thank goodness she saved the letters. The old man's death has moved me very much. I had esteemed him highly, understood him very exactly, and he had affected much in my life with his characteristic mix of deep wisdom and fantastic lightheartedness. His father's death, Freud added, had reawakened all of the past in his inmost self. I now have a quite uprooted feeling. This was a hardly characteristic response for a middle-aged son contemplating the end of an aged father who had long outlived himself. Freud's mourning was exceptional in its intensity. It was exceptional, too, in the way he put it to scientific use, distancing himself somewhat from his loss and at the same time gathering material for his theories. So he draws universal implications from his father's death and reflecting on the event in 1908, in the preface to the second edition of The Interpretation of Dreams, he commented that for him the book had a powerful subjective meaning, which he had been able only to understand after its completion. He had come to see it as a piece of my self-analysis, my reaction to my father's death, that is, the most significant event, the most decisive loss of a man's life. Yeah. So he takes the, call it trauma, call it nature, but he takes this significant loss of his father and lets it drive his own self-analysis and work on dreams.
Yeah, that's good. That's well written too.
His letter.
Yeah.
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 Well, he's no dummy. Um, it's interesting too because you can almost hear in the letter his desire um, for it to be to distance himself from it, and then he finds himself unable to.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why am I crying? It's like, well, dude, your dad died.
Yeah. Yeah.
you know. So there you go. And then he goes on and he writes the interpretation of dreams in 1899. And this is where the foundational ideas of wish fulfillment and the Oedipus complex first appear. We could spend we could do an entire episode just on this book, but instead I'm going to zoom into a PDF that I have, and we're just going to talk a little bit about the Hamlet business and how it influenced him. Let me find it. Oh, here we go. And this was a very important book. Still is. Another of the great creations of tragic poetry, Shakespeare's Hamlet, has its roots in the same soil as Oedipus Rex. But the changed treatment of the same material reveals the whole difference in the mental life of these two widely separated epochs of civilization. So, the ancient Greeks, the more, shall we say, proto modern Edwardians. The secular advance of repression in the emotional life of mankind. In the Oedipus, the child's wishful fantasy that underlies it is brought into the open and realized as it would be in a dream. In Hamlet, it remains repressed, and just as in the case of a neurosis, we only learn of its existence from its inhibiting consequences. Strangely enough, the overwhelming effect produced by the more modern tragedy has turned out to be compatible with the fact that people have remained completely in the dark as to the hero's character. The play is built up on Hamlet's hesitations over fulfilling the task of revenge that is assigned to him. But its text offers no reasons or motives for these hesitations, and an immense variety of attempts at interpreting them have failed to produce a result. According to the view which was originated by Goethe and is still the prevailing one today, Hamlet represents the type of man whose power of direct action is paralyzed by an excessive development of his intellect. He is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. According to another view, the dramatist has tried to portray a pathologically irresolute character, which might be classed as neurasthenic. The plot of the drama shows us, however, that Hamlet is far from being represented as a person incapable of taking any action. We see him doing so on two occasions. First, in a sudden outburst of temper, when he runs his sword through the eavesdropper behind the arras, and secondly, in a premeditated and even crafty fashion, when, with all the callousness of a Renaissance prince, he sends the two courtiers to the death that he had been planned for himself. What is it then that inhibits him in fulfilling the task set him by his father's ghost? The answer, once again, is that it is the peculiar nature of the task. Hamlet is able to do anything except take vengeance on the man who did away with his father and took that father's place with his mother, the man who shows him the repressed wishes of his own childhood realized.
All right.
Want to kill your
All
father and
right.
fuck your mother. That's what he's telling us.
That's yeah. Yeah.
I'm not so sure what I feel about that. I have young children. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not even thinking of like universally. I'm just thinking of Hamlet the play.
Mm.
Yeah, you could. Have you heard the theory? It's another theory. Like you look at it like Hamlet's the villain in that. Like it's all in his head. His father died naturally, and he's just jealous that somebody else is with his mother. That's
That's
something.
mhm.
It's a
You can
reading
play it
that's
that way.
there. Yeah.
You can play
The
it that way. That's
the Mel Gibson Hamlet with Glenn Close. Have you seen? It's there. If you go into it looking for it, you can definitely see it. So that's right in line. The Freudian reading of that is like actually kind of in line with the that
that's
version of
part of the
Hamlet, right?
genius of that play is that you can play it that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And five different people in the audience may all see it differently. And on one night it might feel one way, and on another night it might feel another way. That's the genius of theater, the beauty of
Yeah.
great theater. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in the After Dark, we'll talk a little bit about how he's friends of Edward de Vere, but that's some of the better writing. Some of his stuff can get really, really, really turgid, but his passion for Shakespeare really, really starts to come through there.
I like
Um,
that. I didn't know he was a big Shakespeare buff. I like that.
yeah. Oh yeah, big, big buff. Yeah, cool. Awesome. All right, so let's keep on keeping on, getting through the biography here. There's so much, man. I'm on page of my outline. Oh, not far enough. I'll have to just keep on rocking. Okay, so it's around this time, he's developing the theories that would become the psychopathology of everyday life, where he's writing about things like the Freudian slip, the slip. Um, and starting to name transference, what transference is. This is when the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society forms, a Wednesday night discussion group that would form in 1902. Now that he's publishing these big books, things are really starting to develop. And this is what he would say about a Freudian slip. In the same way that psychoanalysis makes use of dream interpretation, it also profits by the study of the numerous little slips and mistakes which people make, symptomatic actions as they are called. I have pointed out that these phenomena are not accidental, that they require more than physiological explanations, that they have a meaning and can be interpreted, and that one is justified in inferring from them the presence of restrained or repressed impulses and intentions. All right, so what is a Freudian slip? Okay. I mean, this is from Find My Therapist. um, have you ever accidentally called your boss mom or said, I'm glad to beat you instead of meet you? Shit, I say it all the time. It's awkward, a little funny, and maybe a little revealing. So a Freudian slip, also called a parapraxis, is when you make a small mistake in speech, writing, memory, or even action that may accidentally reveal a hidden thought or feeling or desire. His idea is that the unconscious mind, the part of us we don't have direct access to, is full of unspoken wishes, feelings, and conflicts. And sometimes when we're not paying full attention, or maybe when we're paying too much attention, those thoughts sneak out. So calling a partner by an ex's name, you say, this is a great example. Telling someone you're excited to stop working here.
Yep.
Have you ever said that?
I called my second grade teacher mom once, and that was horrifying.
Oh God, in
But
front of
yeah,
others?
yeah, the class, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Oof. Oof.
yeah,
Did you ever live that down?
I think so, but maybe not deep
Yeah,
down.
well, you just mentioned it. You just mentioned it
Yeah.
again on the podcast. How many years later? Many years later.
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. So good point. No, no, I have not.
Awesome. We're doing the talking
The
cure right
talking
now.
cure right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
And fun. Cool. This is so funny. This is such clickbait garbage that I clicked on here. Saying I hate you in the middle of I love you.
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever find yourself in bed, you roll over, you say, I hate you. That's not a Freudian slip.
No, that's
No,
yeah.
they're trolling us here at findmytherapist.com.
Uh,
That's fucking hilarious, man. But this is in the book, The Psychopathology of Everyday Life. He's got another book on wit, on jokes, which is just telling you so much about his he's like, we're going to figure out why funny is funny, which is the least funny thing to do. But I've
mhm.
got a very Freudian joke that I'm going to read. But this is from the autobiographical study. In the same way, yeah, I already read this. There's a meaning that can be interpreted by the slips. Okay,
Yeah.
I have pointed out that these phenomena are not accidental. Oh no, yeah, they're called symptomatic actions. Okay, they're not accidents. They require more than physiological explanations. You're not calling your boss your mom because of I don't know, because you had cinnamon toast in the morning, right?
Yeah.
They have a meaning and can be interpreted. And that one is we're justified in inferring from them the presence of restrained or repressed impulses and intentions. So these Freudian slips are for him like an example, a day-to-day quotidian example of why my theory is right. Right? Yeah. Call the honey. Honey, have you booked the baby sister? Right? Not the babysitter, the babysitter, stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, yeah, fun. Um, and then he also names transference. Are you familiar with transference as a concept, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. How would you describe it? And give me,
What?
because I got to stand up. I'll be right back. How would you
Okay.
describe transference? Then I'll come back and give something a little more official.
Okay. All right. I think it is when the feelings aroused from being in therapy are transferred to the therapist themselves. So any sort of working through um, fight with your spouse or spousal issues with a therapist of the opposite sex would those feelings would transfer over to the therapist that would work for like a father figure or any mother figure, anything like that. Strong feelings being dealt with in your uh, life, what you're going to therapy for will be aroused and then transferred to the person you're talking through it with, basically. Is kind of how I understand it. And countertransference would be the same thing, um, where the therapist's feelings aroused by talking to a young, attractive patient or whatever,
Hmm.
is naturally transferred onto or counter transferred onto them. And it's
Hmm.
something I gather they teach in schools, like just be aware of this because the feelings will happen and you just have to be disciplined enough not to act on it.
Mm. Right.
Warm,
Very
Kevin?
good. That's it.
Okay.
You nailed
Okay.
it. Nailed it. And I'm at Simply Psychology again. Um, it's a psychological term for of projecting your feelings onto someone else, and it doesn't just happen in therapy. Right.
Yeah.
So a client can begin to view their therapist as a parental figure and display feelings and behaviors similar to what you would observe in a child-parent relationship. The process is unconscious. The therapist has to identify when and if they occur and use this as a tool if it's going to happen. The reverse can also happen, countertransference, when the therapist starts to transfer emotions based on their experiences onto the client. And this can be highly disruptive and it needs to be immediately addressed. And in Freud's writings, he discussed several different forms that can manifest, and it's still discussed. Transference outside of therapy can happen when, friendships, someone starts to behave like a mother or father, could be positive or negative. Through interactions with a friend, they can be unconsciously be reminded of their own maternal experiences. I actually think this is one of the things that's so powerful about analysis and talk therapy. And I mean, who is it who said the unexamined life is not worth living? Was that Aristotle? Uh,
Socrates? One of those
Socrates or Aristotle?
guys.
One of those
Yeah.
guys. Everybody needs to do some of this because if you don't, you're going to be sort of, oh, you drinking some LaCroix?
Yeah.
The prince of soda water. When I want to feel fancy, I put LaCroix in my humidifier. So it's like
Oh,
I'm just kidding. It's like a yeah. Can you imagine? It
a
just
Minnesota thing. I don't
smells like pomegranate, all through the apartment. Key lime humidity. So yeah, but I don't get nosebleeds. See, yeah,
know. There you go.
yeah, because of the humidifier. But it's yeah, like you learn certain things about yourself. Like I even have ideas about why this show format the way it is, like why it works. I know exactly why, and it has to do with my own brother and our relationship. Like it's not a surprise. Like I know who I am based on certain things,
Yeah.
and it can be uncomfortable to talk about, but it's also like if you ignore it, you can find yourself in some really really bad situations because you're not acting out like your own power, your own
Hmm.
where you're comfortable. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
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 I mean, it just gets into like child psychology. Like you meet somebody who's an only child and you just get to know them and then they reveal they're an only child. You kind of go, oh, yeah, there's certain, we just develop differently. Your middle child, older, this is all stuff that we just take for granted now. But Freud and company were really pioneering this very idea.
Hmm.
So important,
Yeah.
important to know about.
Yeah. Projection too. Once you kind of learn about
Mm.
what that is, you see it everywhere. So, yeah.
Right. And the people who are really bad actors weaponize it.
Mhm.
The ones who are really sociopathic, they know they're doing it.
Hmm. Yeah.
That's when it gets scary. If somebody's
Yeah.
just acting out of projection, you can usually kind of get out of it or get the upper hand.
They're usually
Just
unaware, but
they're
yeah, you're
unaware of
right.
it.
The
The
guys,
people who are the people who are aware that they're using it, that's where it gets scary, and that's where Edward Bernays comes in.
right.
Like
Sure.
we're gonna weaponize these ideas against the
On
masses.
a mass scale. Yeah. Yeah.
Scary. It's legitimately frightening.
Hmm.
Um, so a little more here. For Freud, transference begins at birth with one's mother figure and the relationship between mother and child. This connection has a central role as she is the first person one has ever made contact with. He argues that while young, we cannot differentiate between mother and us, so we merge the two identities together. And this is pretty commonly accepted, I think, where in child psychology, there's a period where the mother and the child are a unit in the child's mind. The child doesn't really even has no sense of other, no theory of mind, and the mother and the child are one. If the mother goes
Yeah.
away, the child dies.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not complicated. Yeah. As we grow older and begin to understand the world, we develop self-awareness, and some of us, and start to others become podcasters and start to differentiate mother as separate and something other from us. Hopefully, Freud's theory of transference is a key concept in the field, describing the projection of past emotions, either positive or negative, onto someone else today. During psychoanalysis, a patient's transference to the therapist takes on a similar form to their maternal relationship. They regress back to their fetal experience of traversing the world alone and being unable to differentiate themselves from the other, or in this case, the therapist. This is termed narcissistic transference. Through the therapeutic journey, they develop object transference, where they begin to recognize the therapist as an other and a separate identity. Freud argued that transference is a necessary component of psychoanalysis. So we have to make this happen. With therapeutic guidance, a patient can begin to bring past experiences and memories from their unconscious to the conscious level. Through discussions, they can recognize and understand what transpires and when they transfer, and ultimately begin to break unconscious repetitive transference cycles. Resistance and denial are not uncommon. Many patients can be reluctant to admit any ill emotions toward previous figures in their lives, but continue to transfer such ill emotions onto the therapist. Caution is paramount, as overtly mentioning that their negative display of emotions is due to transference may lead to a collapse in the relationship. And how do you identify transference? This is interesting. Often takes several sessions. If the transference occurs, the therapist must identify the client's reaction and originating source. They can then better discern if the displayed emotions can be largely attributed to the session, the client feeling sad when talking about traumatic experiences, for example. So listen to this. Here's an example. The therapist is explaining something to a client using a particular tone of voice that reminds the client of the way their father spoke to them, whom they did not have a good relationship with. The client, in turn, becomes more abrupt and aggravated, which does not match the context of the present moment. The therapist must take notice and, through therapeutic discussions, discover the originating source. And there are different types. There's positive transference, negative transference, sexualized transference, the best type, maternal transference, paternal transference, etc. So you sort of get the idea. Yeah. Oh, what did Jung say about transference? Do you have any thoughts, or do you
No,
want to
I
wait?
think,
Should we? Yeah.
well, it's a little, the Freudian stuff you've been reading sounds a little different than how I've interpreted the Jungian stuff, but I want to be careful weighing in.
That's all
So,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go into it because you're going to cover Jung.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Cool. All right. That's a very important idea in Freud, and it's
Yeah.
transference. So it's right around this time he breaks with the nose man, Freud, or
Mm,
Freud,
yeah.
Fleece. Here's another case that's very famous, and this is we're coming up to the end of the first decade of the 20th century. Mm. So 1907, 1908. And this is a fellow called the Rat Man. How do you like to be known to history as the Rat Man? Um,
Mm,
yeah. No, not so much.
depends on if they know my real name. Are you
Right.
anonymously
Right.
the Rat Man
Sure.
or
Sure. Yeah.
yeah.
Matt the Rat. Matt the rat.
Exactly. If they connect, yeah, yeah.
Not so much. We don't like that. All
Versus
right.
a secret identity. Like
Right.
nobody knows you were really the Rat Man.
Right. Well, the rat man's name was Ernst Lanzer,
Okay.
whose obsessive thoughts helped Freud to develop his theories. And I'm reading from Psychologist World here. Uh, so he shared these notes in a book called Notes Upon a Case Study of Obsessional Neurosis, referring to the man using the pseudonym Ratman. Rocks. Freud describes in depth how persistent obsessive thoughts led him to irrational compulsive behavior, such as cutting his own throat with a razor blade. He investigated the cause of Ratman's obsessional neurosis, which he attributed to events which had occurred early in the patient's childhood, but that had a lasting effect on his present state. Apparently, there's some debate about the real identity, but there you go. They're saying it's generally accepted to have been Ernst Lanzer, who was born in Vienna in 1878, and attended university, training as a lawyer. He suffered for many years with his problems before seeking help. In 1907, having read with interest numerous works of Freud and been impressed by his discussion of curious verbal associations, Ratman finally approached the psychoanalyst. Freud noted that it was usual for patients to have suffered for some time before consulting a doctor, by which time the symptoms had become more noticeable. Ratman claimed that hydrotherapy, a popular activity at the time which involved bathing, had helped with the problem. I love that. But just hot tub.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doctor, I'm stressed out. Have you tried hydrotherapy? Hydrotherapy? Yeah, get in a hot tub. Whoa, that'll be $300. But that his relations with a person at the baths rather than the therapy itself had likely been of help. Oh, so he goes to the baths, then he meets somebody, and then that's helping him. There you go. Ratman complained of obsessive thoughts, which would surface for no apparent reason in his mind. These thoughts, often of misfortune occurring to a relative or someone close to him, would persist until he took a particular irrational action to placate the risk. Freud described the man's case as a moderately severe case of obsessional neurosis, and found his problems more difficult to comprehend than those of his clients with hysteria, like Anna O. During his sessions with Freud, which lasted at least 6 months, the man recounted numerous events that had occurred in his life from his childhood up to those which were troubling him at present. They engaged in free association, stream of conscious. The main subject of Ratman's obsessive thoughts was the irrational fear of the death of his father. He felt that by carrying out an action, however bizarre, he could prevent such a thing occurring. A situation which demonstrated this and later helped him to earn a pseudonym from Freud occurred during military service. He worked with a lieutenant who was known to have a sadistic streak and to be a defender of corporal punishment. In an anxious state, Ratman told Freud how one day the lieutenant relayed to him a particularly cruel form of punishment, which involved placing a container of live rats on a person who was laid down. The rats would seek to escape confinement by digging through the victim. Ugh. That's straight out of American Psycho. You ever read American Psycho, Matt?
I haven't actually.
Yeah, you don't have to.
It's that's in 1984, I believe, isn't it? The end.
I think they threaten him with a rat, with a rat
Yeah.
or something like that,
Yeah.
or they, yeah.
Or
No, but
something
in
like
American
that.
Psycho, it's super gruesome and graphic.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie's great. The book is you only read once. This idea, however repulsive to him, then became the subject of his obsessive thoughts, and he began to fear it happening to his partner or his father. Once the idea had entered his mind, the man was unable to placate the irrational fear of this happening to a friend or relative. And then he would always do something, some weird irrational action. So this is a famous case of psychoanalysis. Freud emphasized that repressed thoughts are not simply forgotten, they lose their affective cathexis but retain their ideational content in the conscious. When an irrational fear arises, Freud believed that the content must be substituted for something else. In the case of Ratman, irrational compulsions to prevent anxious thoughts being realized. The man realized the irrationality of his fears of misfortune occurring to his father, but this did not prevent the obsessive thoughts from affecting him. Freud noted that he experienced these thoughts from childhood and even for years after the death of his father from emphysema, whose final day he had not witnessed, adding to his irrational sense of guilt. After spending months engaging in sessions of no doubt expensive psychoanalysis with Ratman, Freud claimed that he had resolved his client's obsessions and he was able to end treatment. Um, the outcome would not last long, however, as Freud noted that just a few years later, Ratman would be killed in the First World War. Yay! So that's the Ratman.
All right. Sounds like OCD a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, these terms that Freud's applying to these people. They have different. We have different phrases for them now.
Yeah.
By and large. Um, I want to read a Freudian joke, which comes from his book on wit or jokes in their relation to the unconscious, which is it's wit in the relation to the unconscious. I think there's a funny joke that I want to read, and then I want to talk about 3 essays on the theory of sexuality. I'm going to try to bring this in the next 45 minutes to an hour, and then we'll hang out on the After Dark. These are marathon episodes. I'm realizing that like I could easily have done like a 5-part episode on Freud. I'm
Yeah.
like my outline is just nuts. Where are you at? Where are you at right now with Freud and his work? I mean, he's all about his work. So like I'm not sitting here talking about his daughter's born here and then this happens. It's really just about his work.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Yeah.
progression of his ideas and yeah, I'm
I mean,
liking
he
it.
would.
It's
Yeah, good.
yeah.
That's what I want to hear. I mean, again, these books are voluminous, and it could just go on and on and on. But
Yeah.
here's a funny joke in the complete works, and we'll see if you get it. Get it at first glance. I'll try to deliver it very well. I had to look at it a second time to really get it. Um, Page 676 in the complete works. Let's see here. Ooh, the transformation of puberty. He writes a lot about puberty. Um, he says in some of the writing on female sexuality is that women just understand male sexuality by like recognizing the penis as an oversized clitoris. I don't
Wow.
know. Is that true? I don't know. I've never been a woman. All right. So this is the kind of writing he's doing on the nature of wit and jokes. In an American anecdote that runs as there's an American anecdote that runs as follows: by undertaking a series of risky schemes, two not very scrupulous businessmen had succeeded in amassing an enormous fortune and were now intent on forcing their way into good society. Among other things, they thought it advisable to have their portraits painted by the most prominent and most expensive painters in the city. Men whose works were considered masterpieces. The costly pictures were exhibited for the first time at a great evening gathering, and the hosts themselves led the most prominent connoisseur and art critic to the wall of the salon on which both portraits were hanging side by side, in order to elicit from him a favorable criticism. He examined the portraits for a long time, then shook his head as if it were missing something. At length, he pointed to the bare space between the two pictures and asked, "And where is the Savior?" You understand the joke? The two scoundrels on either side of Jesus.
Right.
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 Right. So
Okay.
yeah.
Maybe him analyzing it like that killed the natural humor.
That joke slayed in parlor rooms in Baltimore
I get, yeah.
before the
And
first war.
okay, I get it now.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was the
Yeah.
same way. I was like, what? Oh, I see.
What? I get it.
Oh, yeah. And then he goes on and he analyzes it, right? The query, "Where is the Savior?" or "Where is the picture of the Savior?" arouses the conjecture that the two pictures have reminded the speaker of a similar arrangement familiar to him as it is familiar to us of the Savior between two other figures. There is only one such case: Christ hanging between the two thieves. The missing element is emphasized by the witticism, and the similarity rests in the figures at the right and left of the Savior, which are not mentioned in the jest. Jokes are not fun if
Oh,
you have to explain the. But I like that, giving a taste of that, because that's Freud. That's Freud.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
nothing escapes his total theory
Sure, yeah.
of
Okay, yeah, yeah. Theorizing. You got a theory for everything.
theory for
Yeah,
why the
yeah.
joke is funny. No, women love nothing more than when you explain the joke.
Yeah. Anything
Yeah,
really. Just explain
they love
anything
it.
to them.
Just
Yeah.
yep, yeah. Hold forth. Hold forth. Don't read the room.
Yeah, don't be
Okay.
shy. Just
Don't be
explain, even
shy.
if it's their
Just
field, they know a
how do
lot
you feel?
about it.
Absolutely.
Jump
How
on
do you
in
feel?
and explain how it
How do
works.
you feel about trains? Let them know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The good ones will stick around. The ones who are also like train respecters will stick around.
Yeah.
Okay, so just I got to cover the sexuality. Then I'm gonna take him over to America. I'm gonna blast through some other stuff and move him forward. We can just get into like the bulk of like the rest of his life, and then we'll just blast forward. I'm going to do my best to make good time here now. The three essays on the theory of sexuality are, critical. So this is where he introduces infantile sexuality, polymorphous perversion, bisexuality is like integral to human nature. I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but he was among the books that were being burned. I think I mentioned that,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? Yeah, yeah. They didn't like that. I mean, they sort of would have seen it as Jewish perversion and all the rest as part of the anti-Semitism of Hitler's Germany. So it's very interesting to read about because you're sort of like, yeah, if you're at like a party and you start talking about infant sexuality, like you're to this day you're not gonna do that well, right? But Freud went there, and so here's something from this is a Medium article. Freud believed that everyone is bisexual. So Sigmund Freud is probably the emperor of outlandish opinions. The dude literally came up with weird ideas such as phallus envy and the castration complex. Strangely enough, despite all the pseudoscientific buffoonery, some of his opinions seem to have hit the mark. That's true. He wrote a lot. A recent study by Cornell University has given an exceeding relevance to Freud's ideas. On making a bunch of participants watch sexually diverse porn, the researchers found intriguing results. Here, shove this cocaine up my nose. Here, I want you to come and watch some sexually diverse pornography at Cornell. Despite calling themselves heterosexual, the participants showed sexual stimuli for the same sex. Well, of course, watching pornography, you're having this talk about projection, right? You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the common male experience actually sort of very homoerotic in a sense, but you're imagining yourself as the guy. I mean, I think that's pretty commonly understood. And also like try to avoid watching pornography. Let's see here. Despite calling themselves heterosexual, I already said that. For younger participants, the incidence of this fluid sexuality was larger than that of the older adults, leading the researchers to conclude that heterosexuality is probably an acquired trait. When asked about his views on bisexuality, Freud replied that we have come to know that all human beings are bisexual in the sense that their libido is distributed between objects of both sexes. In this cryptic statement, Freud conceives an entirely new definition of sexuality, universalizing it to a broader idea. In common parlance, in the parlance of our times, sexuality is too often restricted into a synonym for a person's sexual preference. However, we know that it is simply much more than that. A person's sexuality constitutes a wide range of encounters, many of which may not even be sexual in nature. It is the culmination of all these experiences which help an individual ascertain where they stand on the flexible spectrum. So, of course, what he says everyone's bisexual. Sexual. He's sort of like he doesn't mean everybody's out there banging both sexes. That's not what he
Yeah.
means. He's saying we have an innate ability, and that to be attracted to both sexes, and that the libido is more fluid and dynamic than being all black and white, right? So this
Yeah.
is from this article. In this Lord of Flies scenario, people begin to show. Right. So hang on here. Domains where single biological sex reigns and develops a hierarchical structure in the absence of the other reveal this, right? Psychologists point out how within single sex domains, participants develop a fierce urge to seek validation from those around them. In these scenarios, all male circumstances, all female circumstances, people begin to show behavior akin to intercourse, where elaborate actions are undertaken to please the members of their sex, and a sense of pleasure is drawn from each other's satisfaction. For instance, areas such as high school locker rooms become a microcosm of the world with its own social order. In that space, even straight men would go to great lengths to be validated by their teammates, a desire which psychologists believe is not that different from the desire to be validated in the Bedroom. I'm thinking about the famous volleyball sequence in Top Gun.
Top Gun. Yeah.
Iceman forever, dude. Val Kilmer, rest in peace. All time great actor. Dude, Heat. Are you a Heat respecter, Matt?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes,
cool.
sir.
I need to read. You should read the book. You should read Heat too. Didn't he come out with a
I read
novelization?
Heat
Like,
too.
did
Yeah.
you? Did you cover it on There Will Be Books?
Oh, he didn't. I read it on my own. I liked it. I
Cool.
yeah. Yeah.
Heat too.
I'm interested in how they're going to film it because there's lots of flashbacks and flash forwards.
Mm,
So I think it's
hmm
going to be like Hannibal, where you had a different Clarice,
mm.
that
Right.
movie. You're going to have to
Sure.
just accept that a different dude's playing Pacino and De
Young,
Niro's character.
young,
But
so and so. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
yeah,
It's a movie, dude. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I can suspend disbelief. The reason you pay to see the movie is to suspend your disbelief
exactly.
and to walk. You have permission to walk out.
Hmm.
That's what you're paying for.
Hmm.
Also, to see the beautiful people on the flat screen where they can't look back at you and judge you.
Hey,
We could do an
good
episode on
tie-in. Yeah.
psychoanalysis and film. Uh, I think about the Bergman film Persona. In any event, likewise, in women only domains, which I know so much about, a similar social interaction plays out, pointing towards some latent sexual tendencies. Okay, all right, fine. There you go. So, all right. So when Freud says everybody's bisexual, he doesn't mean everybody's on Molly clubbing and having orgies.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not what he means. The word is a little bit, it's provocative, gets the people going. So I have a little bit on. He's got a whole section in this book on perversions, which is really fun to read. We'll talk a little bit about his attitude toward homosexuality, which we're actually pretty forward thinking. He would call it inversion, is how he described it. And then he has some business on sadomasochism, the tendency to cause pain to the sexual object and its opposite, the most frequent and most significant of all perversions, was designated in its two forms by Krafft-Ebing as sadism for the active form and masochism for the passive form. Other authors prefer the narrower term algolagnia, which emphasizes the pleasure in pain and cruelty, whereas the term selected by Krafft-Ebing place the pleasure secured in all kinds of humility and submission in the foreground. Okay. The roots of this, he writes, can be readily demonstrable in the normal individual. The sexuality of most men shows an admixture of aggression, of a desire to subdue, the biological significance of which lies in the necessity of overcoming the resistance of the sexual object by actions other than mere courting. Well, that's a euphemism. Sadism would then correspond to an aggressive component of the sexual instinct, which has become independent and exaggerated and has been brought to the foreground by displacement. This is the kind of, I want to give you a taste of the kind of writing that he's doing on this. Similarly, the designation masochism comprises all passive attitudes to the sexual life and to the sexual object. In its most extreme form, the gratification is connected with suffering of physical or mental pain at the hands of the sexual object. Masochism as a perversion seems further removed from the normal sexual goal than its opposite. It may even be doubted whether it ever is primary and whether it does not more often originate through transformation from sadism. So he's saying the sadism might be the primary thing, and people develop sadomasochistic tendencies, and often the sadist is also a masochist. So there you go.
Yeah.
Um,
I've heard that too. Like the poles sometimes switch.
mm,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, this feels like a good time to talk about. Uh-oh, I got the spinning wheel of death now. I opened a PDF file. um, let's see here. Freud wrote Schnitzler in 1922. I have this letter. Let's see. I think I have avoided you from a kind of balking at my own doppelganger. Not that I would, a good German word, not that I would otherwise be inclined to identify so easily with another, or that I would set aside the difference of endowment which separates me from you. But again and again, when I am absorbed in your splendid works, I believe I find beneath their poetic form the very same presuppositions, interests, and conclusions that I knew to be my own, namely determinism, skepticism, the truths of the unconscious, dissection of cultural conventional certainties, drives polarity of life and death. So there's that Freud Schnitzler connection again. We'll cover Schnitzler at some point. So he's coming into prominence now. He has a group around him in Vienna, his Wednesday night groups. And now people are going to start to make pilgrimages to him, which I'm sure Matt will cover when Jung seeks Freud out by coming to sit at the foot of the master. We have the elements of something that's almost like a cult forming, both a cult of personality, but also the man is a trained doctor, and starting to move in better and better and better circles, doing very well in his private practice, seeing patients for hours and hours and hours every day, making bank, and then at night reading, doing theory, writing, just a complete life of the mind.
Yeah.
In the summers, his family would go away. They would go, to the country, right? And he would have a public breakthrough. I want to talk about his theories about homosexuality here a little bit before we break for the After Dark. But I'm just going to blast forward now. So he ends up being invited to speak in Worcester, Massachusetts, with Jung. He receives an honorary degree and he gives 5 lectures that help legitimize psychoanalysis in the U.S. Okay, these are very important. I believe this is where he gets the famous porcupine statue.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about. And then in 1911, he has a break with one of his major students who would go on and sort of develop his own line. And there are still, I think, Adlerians practicing, or at least there were for a while. Freud and Adler would have a break over sexuality and power. Okay.
Got it. Yeah.
I don't know how much we're going to cover Adler on the Jung episode, but I'm going to read a little bit here. Oh, and this has to do with citations again, right? They would battle over citations later. Do you know anything about Adler?
Little bit. He comes up. He won't come up too much in the Young episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So Adler, after the break, founds the Society for Individual Psychology, and his group initially included some orthodox Nietzschean adherents who believed that Adler's ideas on power and inferiority were closer to Nietzsche than Freud's. And despite their enmity, Adler retained a lifelong admiration for Freud's ideas on dreams. So there was some acrimony there. I think there's an element of well, call it projection, call it transference. But some of these guys, these are some of the most brilliant minds of the day. Freud has made these incredible breakthroughs, has these books that have become, for what they are, popular. If you have a Freud book on your shelf, it says something about you, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain quality to it. These guys, I mean, how long are they just going to be willing to sit there under this guru? Right? This is a very common thing that happens, right? People break off, people spin off. We'll talk about it with Jung. I just found this. In Berlin, Adler met with English occultist and friend of the pod, Aleister Crowley.
Oh, hey.
Hey,
Yeah.
through a German and American businessman and occultist known as Frater Saturnus, who was one of Adler's patients. Yeah!
Hmm. Hmm.
Oh, amazing. Crowley's everywhere. Crowley later claimed to know Adler personally and even to have handled some of his British patients and to have put a lot of my own theory and practice into it. I love it. Crowley just shows up everywhere. And so there you go. So he has a break with Adler, and then the break with Jung is coming. A committee forms called the Secret Committee. And it's defending psychoanalysis. A bunch of names here. He writes Totem and Taboo. There's a break with Jung, which Matt will cover, no doubt, exhaustively. I've got something from his from the autobiography, just a bit about this. And then we haven't even gotten to World War One, dude. God, I got so excited for this episode. This is one of those subjects where you just go, I can see why people would devote their lives to this
Yeah,
because it
there's a lot
is.
there.
There's a lot there. There's a lot there, but then you also have permission to like dwell on yourself in your own mind, which I think sometimes people struggle with. In Europe during the years 1911, this is Freud speaking, to 1913, two secessionist movements from psychoanalysis took place, led by men who had previously played a considerable part in the young science, Adler and Jung. Both movements seemed most threatening and quickly obtained a large following. But their strength lay not in their own content, but in the temptation which they offered of being freed from what were felt as the repellent findings of psychoanalysis without the necessity of rejecting its actual material. Jung attempted to give to the facts of analysis a fresh interpretation of an abstract, impersonal, and non historical character, and thus hoped to escape the need for recognizing the importance of infantile sexuality and of the Oedipus complex, as well as the necessity for any analysis of childhood. Adler seemed to depart still further from psychoanalysis. He entirely repudiated the importance of sexuality, traced back the formation both of character and of the neuroses solely to men's desire for power and to their need to compensate for their constitutional inferiority, and threw all the psychological discoveries of psychoanalysis to the winds. But what he had rejected forced its way back into his closed system under other names. His masculine protest is nothing else than repression, unjustifiably sexualized. The criticism with which the two heretics were met was a mild one. I only insisted that both Adler and Jung should cease to describe their theories as psychoanalysis. After a lapse of 10 years, it can be asserted that both of these attempts against psychoanalysis have blown over without doing any harm. A little,
Wow.
a little bit Reddit there.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and then referring to people who disagree with you as heretics, kind of, well, how do you see yourself? If, like,
Yeah, yeah.
eh, that's interesting. I literally this morning, I just read part about the Jung and Freud fight about infantile sexuality,
Mm,
and Jung wasn't saying it didn't exist. He was
mm,
saying there might be other factors to consider. Which, and actually, the biographer I was reading made the point that Freud, for the most part, did private practice, and by virtue of that, he was dealing with well-to-do people who can afford that sort of thing. Jung worked in a psychiatric hospital, which is basically a lunatic asylum, essentially. And so he dealt with people who were poor and whose problems were more what they call it, social adaptation. So Jung was just saying like they're not all, if you deal with poor people who are schizophrenic, they call it
mm,
hysteria back then. But like he
hmm.
just saw a different side of things. And I'm
Right.
biased, but it kind of sounds like Freud being a little
Ter-
territorial.
Territorial, and yeah,
You
I'm
know?
the Pope of the mind.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That'd be a good episode name, Sigmund Freud, the Pope of the mind.
Oh,
But it doesn't really work, does it? I had a name for the episode before we even started. Let me see what I was going to call it. And listen, part two of this episode is going to be the Jung episode. That's just a
mhm.
fact. I mean,
It's
there's we're going to go down the Jung rabbit hole. Yeah, I'm going to call it Sigmund Freud and the cigars you need to worry about. That's what I'm going to call it,
okay.
unless something better comes up.
Something
Um,
to do with the nasal turbine. You can,
yeah,
but
right. Well, it does. I mean, yeah. Okay, so World War One happens. All right, and the Spanish flu happened, and these people are not above this. They're not immune from it. Psychoanalysis would actually have a major moment coming out of the trauma of the First World War, where they would identify what was then called shell shock, now is PTSD. This massive, Freud even described it as like the end of the world, which in many ways it was. And Freud, they all survive, but it's dire. I mean, they're, rations, and of course the Central Powers, they're the losers.
he stayed in. Did he stay in Vienna? throughout the?
I believe he did. Yes. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I,
Where did Freud live during World War One? I know that yeah, yeah, he lived and worked in
okay. Yeah.
yeah. The only thing that would get him to leave Berggasse, 19, Berggasse 19 in Vienna. I mean, he held the address from 1891 until 1938,
The
and
Nazis.
it was only the Nazis that got him to leave. So now something terrible happens in his life. He There's a death in the family, and his daughter died during the influenza, the pandemic. Sigmund Freud had a Sunday child who he lost in 1920 during a new wave of the 1918 pandemic influenza. In his biography, Peter Gay explains that Sophie Freud Halberstadt died of influenza complications by pneumonia. She'd been pregnant with their third child. Sophie was as much a victim of the war, which had left millions susceptible to infection, as a soldier killed at the front. You don't know about the Spanish flu and what that did to
Yeah.
Europe. Whoo, doggy. I mean, whatever else you think about the COVID business and the COVID response, like there is a not unreasonable fear of some extreme incident like that occurring again. It would not be ahistorical to say, whoa. I mean, things have gotten a lot better now. There's much better sanitation. There's much better understanding of, but the system, I think, fears overwhelmed hospitals and 1 in 10 people dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, let me just look up real quick how many people died from the Spanish flu. Ha! The Spanish flu, now this is just a quick thing, was a devastating pandemic that infected about 1/3 of the world's population, causing an estimated 50 to 100 million deaths globally, with some citing at least 50 million. In the US alone, 675,000 people died, approximately. I, I feel like we should talk a little more about that. I mean, estimates of deaths, here's another source, range from 17 to 50 million. I mean,
Wow.
that's bonkers.
Yeah.
Everybody's touched by that.
That's right on the tail of World War One.
Right.
Like,
Right. It's
yeah.
almost like some dark psychic force got released by that war. And I
Yeah.
mean, that's as good an explanation as anything.
Yeah.
In any event, Freud wrote in late February, whether cheerfulness will ever call on us again, I do not know. The Freuds never got over this loss. In 1933, when the imagist poet Hilda Doolittle mentioned the last year of the Great War during an analytic hour with Freud, he said he had reason to remember the epidemic as he lost his favorite daughter. She is here, he said, and he showed me a tiny locket that he wore fastened to his watch chain. Freud could not get over the unconcealed brutality of our time, which made it impossible for the Freuds to join their son in law and his two small children in Hamburg. There were no trains. Sophie, Freud wrote, leaves two sons of 6 and of 13 months and an inconsolable husband who will now dearly pay for the happiness of these 7 years. That happiness was only between the two of them, not external war invasion, being wounded, dwindling away of their possessions, but they had remained brave and cheerful. And tomorrow she will be cremated, our poor Sunday child. And that from there, he goes on and he writes beyond the pleasure principle, and this is from the Gay book here. It is tempting to read Freud's late psychoanalytic system with its stress on aggression and death as a response to his grief of these years. At the time, Freud's first biographer, Fritz Wittels, said as much. In 1920, with Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud astonished us with the discovery that there is in everything living, in addition to the pleasure principle, which, since the days of Hellenic culture, has been called eros, another principle. What lives wants to die again. Originating in dust, it wants to be dust again. Not only the life drive is in them, but the death drive as well. When Freud made this communication to an attentive world, he was under the impress of the death of his blooming daughter, whom he lost after he had to worry about the life of several of his nearest relatives who had gone to war. So this concept of the death drive that there exists in living things, this desire to expire, emerges out of World War One macro,
Yeah.
and then this flu macro affecting his daughter, and then a few years later, I believe her little son Heinrich died a few years
No.
later.
Yeah.
So just devastating.
No.
And that same year in 1923, he gets jaw cancer. Okay. So let's see here. Even though Fleece tried to get him to stop. um, and this is from the Oral Cancer Foundation. You do not want an article about you in the Oral
No.
Cancer Foundation. In 1923, when he was 67 years old, Freud's cigar smoking began to produce outward indications of the painful cancer that would kill him. Freud developed a growth in his mouth that would later turn out to be cancer of the soft palate. He was not a fool. After all, Freud was a doctor himself, as were many of his closest friends. But he waited years before showing anyone the growth in his mouth. He feared that his cigar
No.
habit would rightly be blamed. They performed an operation, the first of 33, the magic number, operations for cancer of the jaw and oral cavity, which he endured during the 16 remaining years of his life. I am still out of
No.
work and cannot swallow, he wrote after the first operation. Smoking is accused as the etiology of this tissue rebellion. At the advanced stages of his lung disease, he had to use a special prosthesis which covered the defect in his palate. He called this prosthetic appliance the monster. All right. And then now he's also
Yeah.
suffering from attacks of tobacco angina, heart palpitations whenever he smoked, and he keeps smoking. He
Hmm.
tried partially denicotized cigars, but even these produced anginal pains and other heart symptoms. He couldn't give it up. At 73, he was ordered to retire to a sanitarium. Sanitarium. Okay. For his heart condition. A little Metallica posting. He did stop smoking for 23 days. Then he started smoking one cigar a day, then two when it came back. Okay.
I guess
And
at
he
a
just,
certain point, it's like whatever.
yeah,
You already lost part of your jaw.
right.
Just
It gets worse. Mm.
ugh.
It was evidently exacerbated by nicotine, one doctor wrote, since it was relieved as soon as he stopped smoking. Freud's jaw by then had been entirely removed and several artificial pieces substituted. He was in almost constant pain. Often he could not speak, and sometimes he could not chew or swallow. And we'll come to the end of his life here in maybe 20 or 30 minutes, but he, even at 81, just kept smoking. I mean, it just, what a like for a guy who made his whole life about knowing the mind and knowing your habits. I mean, this guy could not stop
Mhm.
jerking off his cigar.
Yeah. I guess you got to have something. It's just your fixation.
Can you
Yeah,
imagine if he had just jerked off? Like he might have been better.
maybe.
He might have been better off retiring to his quarters, having a good wank.
Yeah.
But this is the period too where they believe that like masturbation would make you blind and stuff.
Yeah, the Victorian,
So
yeah.
sure, yeah. So we're gonna get into the late period. He writes The Future of an Illusion in 1927. So now he's applying his ideas to his sort of microscopic ideas, this patient, that patient, this patient, to more universal themes. Sort of, they speak to each other, right? It's like
Yeah.
poetry, it rhymes, okay? So he writes, as the great George Lucas said in the GIF, he writes about religion as wish fulfillment and cultural need. If you're religious, cynical. If you're an atheist, if you're a fedora wearing Redditor, then maybe he's one of your patron saints, right? Like, we just need God because if we don't have God, we'd all go mad and kill ourselves. And okay, fine, but important and revolutionary, of course. I mean, at the time, Nietzsche had already done it. I mean, it wasn't, but he's doing it from the psychological, psychoanalytic, basically saying God's the daddy in the sky, right? Okay.
Yeah.
He would write Civilization and Its Discontents, which spoke to Eros against Thanatos at the level of culture. Why do we keep Why are we murdering each other in the millions? Something is going on
Yeah.
here, and I can see how this would come out of World War One. I still don't have a good. Do you have a good explanation for World War One, Matt? What's your theory? A guy got shot. An archduke got shot in Sarajevo. So tens of millions of European men had to die.
I think
American men.
I think it was I think there's a myth about the apocalypse. Like there's going to be one big one at the end. And I think there are apocalypses for eras. You'll have your own personal apocalypse when you die. You know what I mean? So it's not the apocalypse, there's several. And then World War One was the apocalypse for that particular era. The
The old
Austro-Hungarian
regime.
Empire, the old regime, the
The
old
old
way of
regime.
life. And yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean
Right.
that's kind of what I think. And there's
Sure.
just yeah.
So you're a Freudian. You believe there's this force of Thanatos driving.
That's not it, that whole the death urge mixed with the life urge pops up elsewhere. It's kind of Jungian. There's also different schools of thought. It pops up in like Owen Barfield a little bit and Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Like you personally have a life urge and a death urge within you, and the key is to get they call it polarity going. And so a good like energy, like a battery, the positive and negative, you just want to keep things humming and you don't want to get too stuck in the death urge, too carried away with the light urge. You want things to like just move. So it's kind of halfway familiar with what he's talking about, life urge balanced with death urge.
Makes sense. Yeah. Hmm. Cool. Uh, I'm not so sure. I just don't feel like I have a good explanation for World War One. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think historians can give you one.
Yeah.
Um,
This is
so
chaos. I mean,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
a
There are
satisfying theoretical. I don't know if
sure.
that exists. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard theories. I mean, of course, it was like a series of alliances and all the rest of it. But like once it gets started, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. And of course, this was a period where you still had this sort of like nationalist pride, and that system of nation states. I mean, I remember one of the facts about World War One being that like some massive percentage of like the graduating class or like the class at Oxford and Cambridge, they all became officers. That most of them died.
Yeah.
Like it's unthinkable now.
Yeah.
Unthinkable now,
Yeah.
right? Now that class of people would not be anywhere near the battlefield in any numbers.
Yep.
It's just like the world got flipped upside down. And of course, the center of finance moved from the old world to New York right around that time, and then other things happened. So in any event, um, cool. All right, so uh, yeah, so he's still working, and then we're getting into well, he wins the Goethe Prize, and this is funny. He wins the Goethe Prize for literary achievement.
Hmm.
So
Right.
he doesn't win the Nobel Prize for science. He wins the Goethe Prize, which is a very, very, very significant prize for literary achievement.
Literature. Hey,
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to read this. This is a little bit about it. In 1927, the city of Frankfurt founded the Goethe Prize, which was to be awarded annually to a personality of established achievement whose creative work is worthy of an honor dedicated to Goethe's memory. The first three awards were made to Stefan Gorg, George the poet, Albert Schweitzer, the musician and medical missionary, and Leopold Ziegler, the philosophical writer. The amount of the prize was 10,000 Reichsmark, worth at that time about £500 or $2,500. We don't do real time translations of dollars, but that is a fair chunk of money when you figure $2,500 in the 1920s. Probably hundreds of thousands of dollars would be my guess. Because of inflation. At the suggestion of Alphonse Paquette, a well known man of letters who was secretary to the trustees of the fund, it was decided to award the 1930 prize to Freud. This was announced to Freud, who was on holiday at the time, in the Salzkammergut, in a letter from Paquette dated blah, 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 1930, to which Freud replied in August, it was the practice, as Paquette explained in his letter, for the prize to be presented each year on August 28th at a ceremony in the house in Frankfurt where Goethe was born, and for the recipient to give an address there, illustrating his own interrelation to Goethe. Owing to his illness, which we know about, Freud was unable to do this himself, but the address which he prepared was read by Anna Freud at the ceremony in the Goethe House on August 28th. Um, Anna Freud could have her own episode. It's his daughter. She was his constant companion. Um, and they were very close. Okay. Um, just a little bit about women. There's a chapter in the gay book, and then we're going to get to the Nazis, and then we'll get out of here and come back on the After Dark. I need a lozenge. You know what I need? I need somebody to shove cocaine up my nose right now in Minecraft. Let's see here. That's so funny. Hello, my friend. Will you please prepare this cocaine paste? I'm taking the train to Berlin. I mean, fundamentally, those guys were boys and they were hanging out partying in Berlin. Let's be real. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Am I in the right book? Yes. Okay. 501. I just love the title of this chapter. It's called Women, the Dark Continent.
Ooh, yeah.
Woman, the Dark
Yeah.
Continent. Let's see. Okay. During the years when intramural discussion over the training and qualifications of analytic candidates threatened to disrupt the fragile unity of the Freudian movement, analysts also engaged in a debate over the psychology of women. Men be analyzing. The discussion was on the whole polite, even good-tempered, but it went to the heart of Freud's theory, and the issue has continued to plague psychoanalysis. In the mid-1920s, Freud predicted that opponents would criticize his views on femininity as unfriendly to women's aspirations and biased in favor of men. His forecast would be realized much more fiercely than he imagined. Much of later commentary has slighted the complexity of Freud's attitudes, which are an intricate amalgam of accepted commonplaces, tentative explorations, and unconventional insights. Gay is a partisan, if you can't tell.
Yeah.
He had some deeply offensive. He said some deeply offensive things about women, just like our friend of the pod, Arthur Schopenhauer. But not all of his theoretical pronouncements and private opinions were antagonistic or patronizing, nor were they all doctrinaire on female psychology. Freud was at times almost agnostic. Late in 1924, attempting to resolve some puzzles about clitoral and vaginal sensitivity that one of the devotees had raised, Freud confessed that, well, the question greatly interested him. He knew nothing whatever about it. In general, he admitted, perhaps a little too cheerfully, the female aspect of the problem is extraordinarily obscure to me. He just like me for real, dude. As late as 1928, he told Ernest Jones that everything we know of feminine early development appears to me unsatisfactory and uncertain. He thought, sincerely tried to understand the sexual life of adult women, but it continued to intrigue and puzzle him. Tell me about it. It was something of a dark continent. Okay. By then, two things at least seemed to him well established. The first conception of sexual intercourse is an oral one, sucking on the penis as earlier at the mother's breast, and the giving up of clitoral onanism because of the inferiority of this organ painfully recognized. So the jealousy over the phallus and all the rest. He would write in the business about female sexuality of like women successfully transferring the orgasmic from the clitoris to the vagina as part of development. I think a lot of this stuff is just speculative bunk.
Yeah.
People are different. Some people get off one way. Other people need to dress up like an animal. Like, other people. Yeah, people are people. So why should it be?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so there's a little bit about women. Okay, I got a few more things I'm going to cover. In 1933, the anti-Semitism has now become really, really explicit, not just in Germany and Austria and the German-speaking world, but throughout Europe. Fascism is starting to, emerge as a political force, and Freud's books are among the books burned. So in May 1933, book burnings took place in more than 20 university towns and cities across Germany. The Nazi government supported but did not organize these book burnings. They were, self-originating. They were the initiative of German university students. They threw tens of thousands of books into bonfires. This is from the encyclopedia at the Holocaust Museum. All right, so there you go. they burned these books as un-German. Okay, and this is 3.5 months after Hitler came to power, and this included books by Jewish authors, pacifist works, and so forth. So, just want to flag that's where we're at,
Yeah.
and yep, probably not surprising. I'm going to read a little bit about Freud's views on homosexuality because I think these are interesting. And of course, he's sort of careening toward the end of his life here. It's 1938, I believe, when he writes these. And of course, let's just do the math and get his age here. So he's, let's see here,
Late 70s.
82? Is that right? Did I get that right? 1938 minus 1856. It says 82, but I don't think that's
No,
right.
you're right. No, yeah, 50 to 30.
How long did Freud live? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Holy moly. Yeah, no, he lived to be 83.
Wow.
Whoa. I mean, hey, he's in pain all the
Uh,
time. Women
yeah.
remain a
Well,
women remain a mystery.
yeah. 80 years isn't
Nobody's
enough for, yeah.
how long do you want to live, Matt? I'm sure people want to
Mm.
know.
Let's do one more let's do 84. Let's do
You want
one
to live
more than Freud.
one more year than Freud. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good measure. That's good. Because then you can say I beat him.
Yeah. Instead
You
of
say
spite.
fuck you,
Yeah.
Dad.
Would be
I'm
that's
already,
transference.
I'm already older than my dad ever was, man.
Oh, hey.
Oh yeah. Listen, I'm winning. I'm winning. Yeah, I'm winning. As he slaps on, the Doors. This is the end.
Uh,
My only friend. The end. Cool. All right. So, oh my gosh, so much here. So let's see here. I got to scroll down. So the business about homosexuality. I find this fascinating. Again, and just to give you an idea of how influential Freud is, like this has its own Wikipedia, right? He's
just
one of
his
the
views on the
just his
subject.
views on the subject
Huh.
with letters that he's written. He's
Yeah.
so influential. I can't overstate how influential Freud is onto our modern world. Every piece of like media from like children's cartoons to fully developed feature films have elements of this. Is like as we understand the modern character and the individual wrestling with the modern world and drives and forces out of our control. This very idea of the subconscious. There's no reason that has to be so ubiquitous, right? That's not
Yep.
how the world was necessarily understood prior. Now it would be unthinkable to say somebody, nah, no,
Yeah.
that's the toe ghost, right?
Yeah. It was just common knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just take it for granted.
Yep.
Something to think about. Something to think about. All right. In 1935, Freud wrote to a mother who had asked him to treat her son's homosexuality. This became a famous letter. I gather from your letter, this is Freud, that your son is a homosexual. Ah,
Hmm.
I am most impressed by the fact that you do not mention this term yourself in your information about him. May I question you why you avoid it? Homosexuality is assuredly no advantage, but it is nothing to be ashamed of. No vice, no degradation. It cannot be classified as an illness. We consider it to be a variation of the sexual function, produced by a certain arrest of sexual development. Many highly respectable individuals of ancient and modern times have been homosexuals. Several of the greatest men among them, Plato, Michelangelo, who Abby's covering in
Hmm.
August, Leonardo da Vinci, etc. It is a great injustice to persecute homosexuality as a crime and cruelty too. If you do not believe me, read the books of Havelock Ellis. By asking me if I can help your son, you mean, I suppose, if I can abolish homosexuality and make normal heterosexuality take its place. The answer is, in a general way, we cannot promise to achieve it. In a certain number of cases, we succeed in developing the blighted germs of heterosexual tendencies, which are present in every homosexual. In the majority of cases, it is no more possible. It is a question of the quality of the age of the individual, quality and the age of the individual. The result of treatment cannot be predicted. What analysis can do for your son runs in a different line. If he is unhappy, neurotic, torn by conflicts, inhibited by his social life, analysis may bring him into harmony, peace of mind, full efficiency, whether he remains homosexual or gets changed. Okay, there's some landmines in there that now people would turn their nose up at, but for somebody writing in 1935 to a mother who's concerned about her son's homosexuality, a very compassionate and very
Yeah.
kind letter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would agree.
yeah, yeah. So here's another one dated 1938, and in which he's responding to a question about sexual orientation from a concerned writer. Of course, this is in translation. I'm happy to provide some clarifications as well as I can. I cannot agree with your calling homosexuality a vice or a crime. It is neither, regardless of the legislation in different countries. But it is an unfortunate trait, and efforts to overcome it are justified. If only it were achieved so easily! Exclamation point. So you need to spend a year on my couch. Psychoanalysis has helped overcome it in rare cases. In numerous others, it succeeded in reinforcing simultaneously existing heterosexual instincts to the point where the subjects were able to live bisexually. In most cases, psychoanalysis has no influence over the abnormal tendencies. Since this psychological treatment takes extended time and is costly as well, it will probably not provide you the answer you're looking for. The case may be different for your friend. Since he is so much younger, his decision may not be definitive yet, and you assume a degree of responsibility if you settle him with degeneration, which will only reinforce his homosexuality. Advice will get you nowhere. The two of you will have to wait and see which inclination is stronger. The homosexual's case in today's society is not as hopeless as it may seem to you. In every country, there's a large number of such individuals who, well outside of the norm in that one point, in all others pass muster and distinguish themselves through remarkable accomplishments, as evidenced by the fact that several of the greatest men in history were homosexuals. Even more frequently, you will see men for a period of their lives follow one sexual inclination only to trade it in later on for the other. But they also often remain receptive to both sexes, meaning they remain bisexual. It is important not to overlook the fact that a certain degree of propensity toward the homosexual object is part and parcel of the constitution of the so-called normal man. Instead of the requested advice, I hope these thoughts will enlighten you. Okay, there's Freud on that. Any thoughts, Matt? What do you think?
Well, interesting. We call it, what would you call it? Forward thinking for the
Yeah,
30s. Yeah.
yeah. Sophisticated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And maybe he's
Okay.
comfortable talking about it like that because it jives with his everyone's bisexual at birth theory, you know?
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Cool. All right. Getting into the home stretch here. So now what happens in 1938? The Anschluss, the annexation of Austria. Okay. And now he's in peril. Okay. Uh, and who should come to his aid but the woman I mentioned earlier, Marie Bonaparte. Let me just get a little bit. I think this is from so this is about the Anschluss, which I want to talk about, and then I'll find the bit about Marie Bonaparte. I love that a Bonaparte is like responsible for getting him out of.
That was kind of random, but
Isn't that cool?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I just spelled his name Fried, which is probably how I'm feeling after hours and hours of this. This is one of those that I'll kind of be glad to like put down. I mean, I always love doing these.
Yeah.
I'm never going to stop. They're going to have to drag me away. But this is one of those where you start to see the world like this, and it starts to
Yeah.
get like a little bit irritating. It just does. You just go like, I don't want to notice every time somebody says something that's wonky. I don't want to think about my parents like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You go like, oh, you're telling me I have to do this episode and then I get to put these books down?
Yeah. Be
Hallelujah.
a little
It's
bit of a relief.
a little bit. Most of these episodes feel that way though, because you feel like you've sort of come through a crucible. All right. So yeah, so this is a little bit about the Anschluss. And this is from the Holocaust Museum, I think in DC. Before World War II, Jews played an important role in Austria's economic and cultural life. I think we've seen the Jewish population of Austria was about 192,000, or about 4%. They comprised 9% of the city's population. And by December of 1939, their population had been reduced to 57,000 because of emigration. They're like, I'm getting out of here. They were reading the room, right? The ones who could leave left. After a prolonged period of economic stagnation, political dictatorship, and intense Nazi propaganda inside Austria, German troops entered the country in March of 1938. receiving enthusiastic support from most of the population. In April, the annexation was retroactively approved in a plebiscite that was manipulated to indicate that about 99% of the Austrian population wanted the union. Neither Jews nor Gypsies were allowed to vote in the plebiscite. Okay, so there you have it. So the Anschluss comes and the writing's on the wall. And let's talk a little bit about Marie Bonaparte. She came to him for treatment in 1925. She had frigidity. That's why she came to Freud. Okay. And it was explained to be failure to have orgasms during missionary position. She's frigid. Okay. It was to Marie Bonaparte that Freud remarked, the great question that has never been answered, and which I have not yet been able to answer, despite my 30 years of research into the feminine soul, is what does a woman want? And that's been Art of Darkness, the life and work of Freud. I'm kidding. I love this. I'm going to read that again. The great question that has never been answered, and which I have not yet been able to answer, despite my 30 years of research into the feminine soul, is what does a woman want? That's so funny, dude. He's such a bro.
Just no clue. Which,
I love it.
Yeah, I can't really fault him for that, though.
Listen, I think
I don't know that I
he's
have an
being
answer.
somewhat modest. I mean, and so much of his work is informed by himself and his own understanding and the men around him. And in any event, and I don't know if anybody has an answer. I mean, I asked Abby that last season, and you know what she said? She said consistency. That's what she said. So, although Prince George maintained friendly relations with Freud in 1925, he asked Marie to give up her work in psychoanalytical studies and treatment to devote herself to their family, but she declined. Robed in the diplomatic immunity of a member of a reigning European royal family and possessed of great wealth, Marie was often able to help those threatened by World War II and so forth. She paid Freud's ransom to Nazi Germany and bought the letters that Freud had written to Fliess about his use of cocaine. When Fliess's widow could not afford her price, Freud wanted her to destroy them. She refused, but she agreed never to read them. And she was instrumental in delaying the search of Freud's apartment in Vienna by the Gestapo in early 1938 and helped him obtain an exit visa to depart Austria. And she smuggled some of his savings out and arranged for the transport to London of some of his possessions, including the couch.
Hey.
And he arrived in London in June of 1938. This is hilarious. This is just right off the wiki. In 1938, Bonaparte proposed that the U.S. purchase Baja California and turn it into a new Jewish state. Can you imagine?
Oh.
Brings a whole new meaning to the phrase Baja Blast, doesn't it? Come on. Been very, very sympathetic and very even-handed. Freud refused to take what he called her colonial plans seriously, but Bonaparte nonetheless authored letters to Franklin D. Roosevelt and others to advocate for that. That's wild. There was a period of time where they were talking about Madagascar as the Jewish state.
Yeah.
I mean, it just
I've heard there are different things kicked around. Yeah.
Yeah. Wild. All right. So there's Marie Bonaparte, and this is sad, but Freud's sisters, 4 of them, remain behind, and they don't make it.
Huh.
Yeah, they don't make it.
Wow.
So he moves to 20 Maresfield Gardens in Tony, Hampstead, which I think is the Freud Museum now, which I have visited. It's really quite something.
I guess that's why it was be in London.
Correct.
That's where
that's where he fled to. He would write Moses and Monotheism, which is a very provocative late book tying identity, religion, and psychohistory. And he had a doctor there, and this is going to bring us to the end here. Let me find my page. In the Gay book, the Peter Gay book. Let me find it. In early June 1939, while Max Schur, his physician, was in the U.S., frantically attempting to conclude his business there that he might return to his patient, Anna Freud reported to him that some slight signs of improvement in her father's condition. Still, Freud's pains were severe. The prosthesis in his jaw was hard to put in and take out, and the smell from his cancerous tissue which had begun to ulcerate, was most disagreeable. When Schur returned to England on July 8th, he found his patient altered for the worse. Freud was thinner and mentally less alert. He had trouble sleeping and spent most of his time resting. Friends came from afar for a last visit. He looked very ill, one of the friends recalled, and incredibly old. It was evident that he pronounced every word at the cost of an enormous effort, which nearly went beyond his strength. But these torments had not worn down his will. Freud still kept a few analytic hours whenever the pain did not torment him too much, and still wrote his letters with his own hand when he was strong enough to hold the pen. He did not complain, rather, he spoke of analysis in the U.S. When Sachs, his friend, parted from Freud, aware of how much Freud disliked emotional displays, he spoke lightly about travel plans. So let's see here. A few days later, at the end of July, Marie Bonaparte came and stayed for a week, knowing she would never see him again. On August 1st, he officially closed his medical practice. Later that month, word reached his sisters in Vienna that the beloved old man was not well at all. Anna was doing incredible things in caring for her father. Writing a week before war broke out, she reported that the French visas, despite the high protection of her brother's good friend in Paris, had not yet arrived, and these are his sisters trying to get out, and there's a war panic. The end was now near. Freud sure commented, this is the doctor, knew what it meant and looked at it with deep, tragically knowing eyes. The dog, the smell was so fetid that his chow, his dog, would cringe from him and would not be lured to come near him, which is very, very sad. And
Man.
Freud knew what that meant. He's like, the
Yeah.
dog's not coming to me because he can smell the death on me. He remained alert. September 1st, the Germans marched into Poland. The doctor moved to be near Freud. Now the war's breaking out. And yeah. At some point, Freud asked, before all this, asked Schur, made Schur to promise to take care of him when the time came, if you understand my meaning. Okay. And so let's see here. So Freud is very tired. It's hard to feed him. He's suffering in the nights. He did not want any sedation. He could still read. His last book was Balzac's mysterious tale of the magical shrinking skin. Never heard of it. Le Peau de Chagrin. When he had finished the book, he told Schur casually that this had been the right book for him to read, dealing as it did with shrinking and starvation. He spent the last days in his study downstairs looking out at the garden. Yeah. On September 21st, as Schur was sitting by Freud's bedside, Freud took his hand and said to him, "Schur, you remember our contract, not to leave me in the lurch when the time had come. Now it is nothing but torture and makes no sense." And Freud sure agreed, and Freud said, "I thank you." Then, after a slight hesitation, he added, "Talk it over with Anna, and if she thinks it's right, then make an end of it." As she had been for years, so at this juncture, Freud's Antigone was first in his thoughts, his daughter. Anna Freud wanted to postpone the fatal moment, but Schur insisted that to keep Freud going was pointless, and she submitted to the inevitable, as had her father. The time had come. He knew and acted. This was Freud's interpretation of his saying that he had come to England to die in freedom. Schur was on the point of tears as he witnessed Freud facing death with dignity and without self-pity. He had never seen anyone die like that. On September 21st, Schur injected Freud with 3 centigrams of morphine. The normal dose for sedation has 2 centigrams, and Freud sank into a peaceful sleep. Schur repeated the injection when he became restless and administered a final one the next day. September 22nd, Freud lapsed into a coma from which he did not awake. He died at 3 in the morning on the September the 23rd of 1939. Nearly 4 decades earlier, Freud had written to Oscar Pfister wondering what one would do someday when thoughts fail or words will not come. He could not suppress a tremor before this possibility. That is why, with all the resignation before destiny that suits an honest man, I have one holy secret entreaty, only no invalidism, no paralysis of one's powers through bodily misery. Let us die in harness, as King Macbeth said. He had seen to it that his secret entreaty would be fulfilled. The old Stoic had kept control of his life to the end. The End. That's the life and work of Freud, as you're going to get it on Art of Darkness before our After Dark hour. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. Yeah. No problem. This is fun. It's
I'm
fun.
excited
It's
for
good.
part two when you do Jung.
It'll book in nicely. Yeah, I like it. This will give
That
it
was,
some shape. Excited.
I think it makes perfect sense. And then I'm going to do
Yeah.
Tolkien, and then you'll do Lewis. I feel like that's a
Yeah.
similar 1-2 punch. It's going to be
Yeah.
good fun. I'm going to tease the After Dark, but we always have to ask the closing question. What do you think? Let's imagine Freud in his prime. What would he be doing now?
I mean, I think he would have a pretty lucrative private practice, right? There's still room for analysis and maybe
I
even
think
more of an appetite for it,
Yeah, I
you
think he
know?
definitely could have gone even harder into the culty side of things. Like if he had really had exposure to mass media, like if one of his
Yeah.
followers, if he was doing this kind of stuff now, I could see him being on like the TED Talk circuit, being one of those
Think he
guys.
embraced being a guru.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
he could have, in our world of celebrity, where celebrity is much more of a
Yeah.
thing, I could maybe see him doing some of that. Though it's hard to say. I mean, he always thought of himself first as but we have like celebrity doctors now,
Yeah.
which I guess
Yeah.
he kind of was at the time, but I don't think quite to the same degree that like the internet would facilitate now, right?
There'd be good money in consulting too
Oh,
for
right. Well,
mass media, for corporations and stuff. That would be a route, you know?
he would be a lot richer
Yeah.
now for sure. And we're going to talk about Edward Bernays on the After Dark. So let me tease this. We're going to talk about the Hedgehog's Dilemma with friend of the pod, Arthur Schopenhauer. We're going to go more into Freud's use of cocaine. We're going to talk about Edward Bernays, his nephew, and the birth of public relations, including Bernays, Bernays, and the piano in the drawing room. I
Yeah.
found something. It's in a
Oh,
book
good. Okay.
called, yeah, it's in a book called his major book called Propaganda.
Mhm. Yeah.
If you're writing a book called Propaganda, you're probably okay. All right. But he did. He explicitly, this is all made very famous by Adam Curtis in The Century of the Self, right? And a lot of people already know about this. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about Hamlet, the Oedipus complex, and Freud's belief that Edward de Vere was in fact Shakespeare, not the man from Stratford. And then I want to talk about the attempted theft of Freud's ashes on the After Dark. You know where to find us. Sorry, I mean find us. You know where to find us.
Hey,
Did I do it on
slip.
purpose?
Is it
Hey,
a meta reference
just
to
the
the episode?
just the slip, Matt. Just the slip. Everybody, be nice to Matt. Matt Taylor. Go listen to There Will Be Books. What do you have coming up on that pod, Matt?
We are we're selecting a new patron author to go in depth for in 2026. We're
Cool.
doing our Christmas movie episode,
Nice.
and yeah, it'll be fun.
Cool. We'll talk about it a little more in the After Dark. Everybody, please genuinely consider supporting the pod. If you want another hour of this, it's going to be on the After Dark, which is on Patreon, Substack. Just go on Patreon, sign up for a year. It's not even $60. Set it, forget it. It's the best way to support the show. And we're spreading all this around too, right? We're buying books. We're having some guest co-hosts come on in the summer. Brad's coming back. Jack from the Book Club from Hell is going to join us for an episode. Abby's coming back. So your support lets this circus continue. Okay. Everybody be careful out there. If you have a bad habit, try to break it with a good habit.
Yeah,
And
switch them around. You
yeah,
don't want jaw cancer, any sort of mouth,
yeah, put your oral fixation to good use.
Yeah. Is that what the Telly Kojak was doing? Consider a lollipop. Get diabetes, not cancer.
You heard it here first. We'll be back.